Hey guys, tonight we drift along the Indian Ocean coast, just as the sun kisses the horizon and the breeze carries the scent of something rich and smoky. You're barefoot on white-hot sand, eyes half-lidded, listening to the sizzle of something cooking in a pan you can't see. But the smell? Oh, it's impossible to ignore. Sweet coconut, a little burnt sugar, maybe cardamom, and definitely a whiff of salt and seaweed. You're not here for a 5-star buffet. Nope. You're about to uncover forgotten coconut recipes of the Swahili coast. Dishes so old they've turned to whispers. Some were medicine. Some were seduction. Some probably shouldn't have been eaten at all, if we're being honest. And you? You're about to taste all of them, one sleepy spoonful at a time. So, before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. And let me know where you're listening from and what time it is. Always love seeing those comments float in from all over the world. Now, dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. You're standing in a fishing village just outside of Lamu. The year? Let's not get too technical, but it's before electricity, before blenders, definitely before anyone used the word superfood. The air is thick with humidity and gossip. Everyone here knows you're not from around here. Your sandals gave you away. But that's fine. You're welcome anyway. A little girl walks by carrying a woven tray on her head, and the smell makes your knees buckle. Coconut rice. Not just any rice. This is nasi natsi, steamed in creamy coconut milk, layered with cloves and smoky charcoal ash from last night's fire. You follow the smell like a cartoon character floating after a pie on a windowsill. Nearby, you spot the source. An old woman with fingers like tree roots is cooking over 3 stones, stirring with a stick so smooth it might be older than the mosque tower, peeking over the palm trees. Her pot bubbles with something viscous and golden, scraped coconut meat, slow roasted and sweetened with the sap of a mangrove tree. She doesn't look up, but she knows you're there. "Karibu," she says. "Welcome." And you are. Welcome to a world where recipes weren't written, but sung. Where every dish had a story, and every story had a spice. Historians still argue whether Swahili cuisine was born from Bantu roots alone, or if it was the Indian, Persian, and Arab traders who stirred the pot. Probably both. Maybe neither. That's the thing about food history. It doesn't always care about neat origin stories. What we do know is that the coconut tree, Menchikichi, was the backbone of everything. Food, drink, medicine, soap, ritual. The tree gave sap for wine, fronds for roofing, husk fiber for rope, and of course, the fruit that just is in tonight's tale. You crack open your first coconut with the flat side of a rusted machete, handed to you by a boy who looks like he could outrun a cheetah. The water inside is warm and faintly sweet. Nothing like the bottled stuff you chug at yoga. But it's perfect. It's alive. And it's used in everything. From breakfast porridges to funeral puddings. Even sunscreen. No, really. They mixed it with powdered coral and crocodile dung. That part didn't catch on, for reasons you can imagine. Tonight, you learn this isn't just a food. It's a memory keeper, a weather forecaster, an ancestor honorer. When the rains don't come, villagers blame the wrong coconut falling at the wrong hour. When someone's in love, they cook coconut, sweetened with wild honey, and bury it under the house, hoping the scent lingers in the lover's dreams. Now, a teenage boy sits cross-legged, pounding coconut meat in a hollowed-out log with rhythm like a lullaby. Each thud releases oils and sighs. His grandmother hums a tune older than her teeth, which are suspiciously stained red, probably from chewing mira leaves, the local pick-me-up. You try to hum along. You fail. But it doesn't matter. She ladles something thick and beige into a leaf cup and hands it to you. It's hot, sticky, and speckled with something red. Chili? Dried shrimp? No, just toasted coconut flake with fermented tamarind paste. You swallow. Your eyes twitch. Your mouth doesn't know whether to pucker or purr. That's how they like it. A fringe tale floats by. Some villagers whisper that certain coconut dishes were once banned because they caused vivid dreams of drowning in honey. There's no proof, of course, but local teens still dare each other to eat the dream mash before sleep. You tuck that note into the weird file in your brain. One elderly man mentions that a nearby island once had a coconut tree that bore fruit shaped like skulls. He grins. You can't tell if he's joking. You decide not to ask. As you wander toward the beach, waves stretch like soft silk across the sand, and someone's frying something over driftwood fire. The air smells nutty, with that cozy crackle of something turning golden and just a bit too close to burning. You try to ask what's cooking, but the woman guarding the pan just winks and says, "You'll dream better if you don't know." And honestly, that sounds about right. Section 2. You don't need to open your eyes to feel the presence of the tree. It looms above you, tall, silent, and generous. A coconut palm swaying gently in the breeze, its fronds hissing like whispers from some ancient, salt-worn memory. You're lying on a woven mat under its shadow, and the heat of the morning hasn't quite arrived yet. The sand is cool beneath you, and there's a scent in the air, not just the sea, but that sweet, fatty aroma of crushed coconut, sun-warmed and ready. The coconut tree didn't just feed a village. It fed empires. From Madagascar to the Arabian Peninsula, from India to coastal Kenya, the coconut's reach was a soft power empire, nutrient-dense, easy to transport, impossible to kill, and suspiciously versatile. Coconut milk became the default broth. Coconut oil was not only a cooking fat, but a lamp fuel, a skin salve, and sometimes, if you were feeling desperate or a little mystical, a potion base. It wasn't just food, it was identity. You watch a merchant squat near his dhow, counting coconuts with the seriousness of someone tallying coins. A pile of green, fresh coconuts sits at one end. Those are for drinking. The other pile, brown and husky, is for grating, drying, frying. That third pile, those are sprouting. He'll plant them, unless someone rich enough wants to buy the saplings for a bride price. Coconut trees were once included in dowries. Yep, I do came with an orchard. Mainstream historians agree the coconut played a central role in maritime trade across the Indian Ocean. Boats filled with sacks of dried coconut meat, called copra, sailed from Zanzibar to Gujarat, from Kilwa to Oman. The meat was crushed for oil, the shells carved into jewelry, the coir, that's the hairy stuff on the husk, twisted into ropes strong enough to lash sails to masts. But here's your quirky tidbit of the night. In some ports, sailors refused to travel with coconuts unless they'd been sung to. Not just packed carefully, serenaded. The belief? That coconuts could sense when they'd been mistreated and would spoil in revenge. Coconut drama is real. And get this, early European explorers were both fascinated and creeped out. One Portuguese chronicler described the coconut tree as a wife that gives without complaint and dies without sound. Chill, Manuel, maybe go touch some seagrass. You're led now to a coral stone house just inland, where a woman peels slivers of coconut bark like she's opening a secret. She's making a decoction for her daughter's fever. The outer shell has antiseptic properties, she explains, and boiling it with betel leaves and sea salt helps break a stubborn chill. You nod, even though you understood maybe 5% of that. But the daughter, curled on a mat with glazed eyes, opens them a little wider at the smell. She'll be fine. The coconut knows. Not all uses were so wholesome. Swahili poets once wrote of women soaking their underclothes in coconut oil and cardamom before slipping into bed, supposedly to lure a lover back from another wife's home. That's not a joke. That's historical flirting. Smell like a feast, they said, and you'll eat like a queen. Historians still argue whether coconut trees on the Swahili coast were native or introduced. The Bantu languages have ancient words for it, suggesting it was here early. But DNA studies, yes, coconut DNA is a thing, indicate multiple points of origin, including India and Southeast Asia. So was it carried here by traders? Or was it always part of the landscape, waiting to be noticed? You lean back, letting that debate roll off your skin like morning dew. What matters is this. By the 11th century, every major Swahili city-state from Mogadishu to Sofala relied on the coconut tree like it was divine. And in some ways, it was. Priests once used coconut oil to anoint newborns and the dying. The sheen it gave was thought to help souls slip more easily between worlds. One elder tells you a story of a boy who survived drowning by clinging to a floating coconut. When rescued, he claimed the coconut had whispered verses to him. Sure, maybe salt water gets weird after a while, or maybe the coconut just really wanted attention. On the way back toward the village, you pass a group of children playing a game with the 2 coconut shells and a stick. It's half baseball, half something invented just now. One child bats the shell, another screams, "Ngoma," and everyone collapses into giggles. You don't ask the rules. There probably aren't any. At the edge of a clearing, someone's etched a poem into the bark of a coconut palm. It reads, "Milk of the tree, soul of the coast, break me open, and remember me sweet." You run your fingers over the carving. The grooves are deep, worn by rain and sun, but the letters still hold. Back near the sea, a small boy is showing a cat how to crack a coconut. He mimics his father's swinging motion, balancing the nut on a flat rock and tapping it. Tap, tap, crack, until it spills its treasure. The cat is unimpressed. But you? You're fascinated. The skill, the ritual, the rhythm. This is a coastline raised on coconuts, and every step you take here crunches with the memory of them. as the sun dips lower and the tide breathes in, you realize something odd. You're not hungry, but you crave something. Not food, exactly. Maybe just a memory. Maybe something from your own childhood. A coconut candy from a beach trip. A drink sipped too quickly in some humid bar. Or maybe just the comfort of something old, cracked open, and still sweet on the inside. The Swahili coast is good at that, at showing you how much a tree can mean, how one fruit, swung from a branch, can sway the whole of a culture. You sit in the dark now, listening to the rustle of leaves. You swear one of them just said your name. Section 3. You wake to the sound of sizzling. Not birdsong, not waves, though both are there in the background, like polite background vocals. No, what pulls you back into the moment is the soft, unmistakable crackle of something delicious hitting a hot pan, and not just any something. It smells like coconut, obviously, but there's more. Smoke, spice, and something mysterious, something you can't name yet. You're standing at the edge of a coastal market, under a tarp stretched taut, with driftwood poles. Around you, fish blink from woven baskets. Limes gleam like tiny green suns. And cinnamon bark curls like scrolls in a corner stall. But it's the sound and the smell that call you, so you follow. A man in a faded kanzu is crouched low over a cast iron pan balanced precariously over coals. He flips something with a shell-shaped spoon. The smell intensifies, sweet, spicy, with that subtle burn of chili at the back of your throat. You ask what it is, and he shrugs. Chachandu, he says, with a grin that suggests he's only half telling the truth. It's a coconut relish, or a paste, or maybe a chutney. No one can agree. And that's part of the magic. Historians still argue whether chachandu originated in the kitchens of Zanzibar, or came ashore from a passing Indian ship, or was invented by accident when someone left grated coconut out too long in the sun. What's known is this. It's been served for centuries, and every household has their own version. The base is always grated coconut, toasted until golden. Then come the wild cards, dried shrimp, fermented lime, powdered baobab, chili, garlic, tamarind, sometimes sugar, sometimes anchovy. And if you're feeling particularly bold, a splash of cane vinegar that could wake the dead. The man hands you a small taste on a piece of banana leaf. You nibble. You blink. You might have just licked the ocean, the forest, and a campfire all at once. Your tongue can't decide if it's dinner or dessert. He laughs, as if he's seen that face 1,000 times. People once believed chachandu had protective powers. Spread it on your doorway, they said, and no evil spirit would enter. Rub it on your wrists before a long journey, and you'd be safe from scorpion stings. There's no science behind it, of course, but that's not the point. The point is, it made people feel prepared. You move deeper into the market, the taste lingering like a poem on your tongue. A woman offers you another version, this one pale, almost pink, speckled with something crunchy. She calls it jivu yanatsi, coconut ash. For weddings only, she whispers. She says brides once wore a dab behind each ear. Symbolic seasoning, she calls it. You almost ask if the grooms noticed. You don't. Nearby, A wall mural shows a woman sitting beside a large wooden mortar, pounding coconut with something bright red, chilies, maybe, or betel nut, which gives everything a neon hue and stains your teeth like secrets. Coconut-based paints were real, by the way. Mixed with ash and lime, they were used to dye cloth, tint walls, even mark the body during rituals. One merchant tells you of an old belief that chachandu, made from a coconut that fell at midnight, could help someone forget a lost lover. Only if stirred with your left hand, he adds, eyes twinkling. Another explains that in her village, the first coconut of the season is always grated and turned into chachandu, but only if a child does the grating. Innocent hands, she says. The flavor is better. And you believe her. You'd believe anyone holding a bowl that fragrant. There's an elder perched under a tamarind tree, his legs crossed like folded rope. He beckons you with one finger, then lifts a cloth from a small clay jar. Inside, a dark, glossy mixture that looks dangerous. Original chachandu, he claims, before people got scared of flavor. You taste it. You instantly regret it. And then you instantly want more. It's intense. Sour like a slap. Sweet like a secret. Smoky like a memory you didn't know you had. Your nose runs. Your eyes mist. Your mouth makes sounds you didn't authorize. He grins and nods, as if you've passed a test. You have no idea what kind. Not all chachandu is made equal. Not all is even made for eating. Some was stored in tiny pots and placed in the corners of homes. Coconut incense, meant to ward off snakes and nosy in-laws. One pot was discovered in the ruins of Gedi, still sealed with a cloth that had turned to dust. When archaeologists opened it, they found blackened paste still smelling faintly of coconut and cinnamon. Someone, somewhere, had meant to come back for it. You're starting to see that food on the Swahili coast wasn't just about hunger. It was story, medicine, ritual, an edible diary. And chachandu? It might have been a condiment, but it acted like a spell. You end up back by the beach, the sky now glowing amber with the last of the sun. Someone's grilling fish over coconut husks, and the smell is pure magic. You spot a woman pressing her thumb into a small clay bowl filled with the toasted coconut mix you've now fallen in love with. She smears it on the fish, then on her own wrist. For luck, she says. You smile, because at this point, it's starting to feel like the whole coastline is seasoned with coconut and superstition. You lean back against a palm, your mouth tingling, your breath warm, your dreams starting to bubble just beneath the surface. And somewhere, you're pretty sure, a midnight coconut just hit the ground. Section 4. You hear the drums before you see the procession. They're soft at first, just a steady pulse rising from the cobbled alleys of an old Swahili town, where houses wear coral stone-like skin, and doorways are carved with stories. You follow the sound instinctively, barefoot again, feeling the rhythm pass through your souls like a memory you haven't lived yet. It's a wedding, a royal one, from the year 1385. If the gossipy old man who just handed you a date-stuffed coconut ball is telling the truth. He says the groom is the son of a sultan, and the bride is from a noble family across the sea. Persian, maybe, or Indian, or a mix of many things. You don't ask too many questions. You're here for one reason: the dessert. Not just any dessert. The lost coconut dessert. The one that made wedding guests cry with joy, then vanish from written history like a sugar-sweet ghost. You slip into the crowd as music swells. Dancers twirl in dresses sewn with tiny cowrie shells. Musicians hammer tiny drums and hum melodies that sound like ocean waves colliding with laughter. Everything smells of rosewater, sandalwood, and cloves. And yes, there's that ever-present undercurrent of roasted coconut, warm and earthy and slightly caramelized. You drift past trays of appetizers, grilled prawn skewers, fried cassava bites, and one particularly aggressive tamarind sauce that nearly singes your sinuses. But you're focused. You're locked in. Somewhere in this feast is the dish that once caused a noblewoman to faint from delight. Allegedly. There it is. A platter arrives, held high above the heads of dancers. It's shimmering under banana leaves, steaming slightly, golden brown, and dotted with crushed pistachios. You catch a name murmured in the crowd: Mafuta yandoa, wedding oil. But it's not oil. It's a pudding. No, a custard. Or maybe a cake. The texture is impossible to pin down. The smell? Coconut, of course, but also cardamom, orange blossom, maybe even saffron. Definitely expensive, definitely excessive, and definitely deserving of a drum roll. You take a bite. Your entire body exhales. It's soft, silky. The coconut milk is cooked down into something dangerously decadent, layered with ghee and a sweet syrup that clings to your tongue like a whispered compliment. One of the women near you says it's made with 3-day aged coconut cream, sun-thickened and stirred every hour by a virgin. You try not to think about how they enforce that rule. Historians still argue whether this dish, sometimes called halua ya Nazi, sometimes mapenzi ya maziwa, was a local invention or an adaptation of Persian sweets. The presence of saffron suggests foreign influence, but the use of smoked coconut syrup points to local creativity. You're just trying to keep from crying in public, which would be extremely on brand given the legend. You notice something strange about the way it's eaten. No spoons, no hands. Guests dip slices of dried mango into the custard and lift it delicately to their mouths, like painting their lips with memory. A little boy does it wrong, and his grandmother gasps loud enough to wake the ancestors. The boy grins, unrepentant, his chin slick with coconut gold. At one point, an elder pulls you aside and tells you another version of the story. In this one, the dish was made by a runaway bride who wanted to delay the wedding. She concocted something so delicious, it kept guests distracted for 3 whole days. By the time they noticed she was gone, she'd sailed off with her true love and all the coconut cream. There's no proof, but the dessert's name in this tale, Udan Ganifu Watamu, sweet deception. You ask if the recipe survived. The elder laughs. "Oh no," she says. "It was never written. It was passed mother to daughter." But during the plague of 1581, many lines broke. One woman, near Pemba, tried to recreate it, but it made everyone sleepy for 3 days. After that, people got nervous. You wonder if the version you just tasted was a faithful recreation, or just a delicious attempt at a legend. It doesn't matter. Your taste buds are singing hallelujahs in coconut harmony. As the night deepens, the bride emerges, cloaked in jasmine garlands, her hands stained with henna, and her lips glossed with coconut oil. She doesn't speak. She just smiles, serene, otherworldly, as dancers circle her in slow, hypnotic spirals. You're handed a final taste of the dessert, this time in a tiny ceramic cup etched with waves and stars. The woman who gives it to you taps your wrist twice. "For remembering," she says. Some say that dessert was more than food, that it sealed promises, that eating it during a wedding could bind two hearts forever, or unravel them if the cook had secrets in her soul. Another guest whispers that the bride disappeared years later under mysterious circumstances. Some say she became a spirit of the sea, cooking only for lost sailors. You glance out at the water. The moon has risen, silver and sharp. A dhow sways gently in the tide, its lantern flickering like an eye watching you back. Your cup is empty, but your mouth is still warm. The flavors still hum. A child offers you a single candied coconut curl. You take it, chew slowly, and feel your thoughts go soft around the edges. At the far edge of the celebration, someone begins to sing. Not a party song, a lullaby. You can't understand the words, but the melody feels like silk being folded, like sleep settling in. You close your eyes, still tasting the past, and wonder what stories have vanished into recipes we'll never recover. But tonight, you found one, or at least enough of it to dream on. Section 5. You wake with oil on your fingers, not greasy, but soft, fragrant, almost sacred. The sun is higher now, and the beach has shifted. Gone are the wedding drums and jasmine-sweet breezes. Instead, the air feels rich with trade, heavy with commerce and perfume and clove smoke. You're in the port of Zanzibar, sometime in the early 17th century, though no one bothers with calendars here. Time moves on the tide. Ships are everywhere. Elegant dhows with triangular sails rock lazily in the harbor, loaded with silks, spices, and mysterious bundles wrapped in banana leaves. And you? You're standing between a market stall selling ivory combs and another peddling what looks suspiciously like pickled lizards. But right in front of you is what matters. A bowl of shimmering coconut oil, scented with crushed cloves and citrus peel, and so pure it could double as a mirror. A woman dips her fingers into it, then gently runs it through her hair until the black strands glisten like obsidian. "Want to try?" she asks. You nod before you even think. She hands you a wooden comb, curved and slightly scorched. "Warm it first," she says. "The oil listens better that way." And listen, it does. Your scalp tingles as the coconut oil sinks in, carrying the scent of clove and orange into your bones. You don't know whether you're being blessed, groomed, or initiated into a very soft cult, possibly all three. You learn this blend was once reserved for royal concubines, not just to smell good, though it does make you want to marry yourself, but to mark status. Coconut oil was wealth, a daily indulgence, a signal. Even pirates wore it, not for beauty, but because the slick sheen made them look more fearsome in the sun. One sailor claimed his crew rubbed coconut oil mixed with ash before raids to intimidate enemies and smell like dead flowers. You can't tell if that's poetry or poor hygiene. Historians agree that by the 1600s, Zanzibar was a perfume capital, and coconut oil was the base for nearly everything. Mixed with clove, jasmine, or rosewater, it became a scent that lingered in veils, bedding, and even ink. Love letters soaked in coconut perfume were once folded in fish scales to smuggle them past disapproving parents. Yes, really. Romantic smuggling, Swahili style. You follow the scent through the marketplace. Every corner bursts with sensory overload. Citrus, nutmeg, dried fish, waxy vanilla pods, and always coconut. Not the kind from supermarkets. This is deep, earthy, sun-drenched coconut, pressed by hand, aged in clay jars, and stirred with slivers of cinnamon bark. A boy demonstrates how to make the oil from scratch. First, he scrapes the white meat from inside a coconut shell using a grater shaped like a miniature throne. The shavings go into a wide basin where he adds warm water and begins to squeeze and knead like he's handling secrets. After straining, the thick cream is left to settle in the sun, and eventually the oil rises, clear, golden, sacred. But it's not just for hair or skin. A few stalls down, a woman slathers coconut oil onto a flat griddle and drops thin discs of dough onto it. The smell. Oh. You float a few inches off the ground. She's making chapati za mafuta, flaky fried bread shimmering with coconut oil, layered like a dream. She folds one and slips it into your hand like a love note. It crunches and then melts. You cry a little. It's fine. Everyone here's seen worse. You learn that, for centuries, coconut oil was used as currency of affection. A jar given to a suitor meant, "I'm considering you." A jar infused with crushed cardamom meant, "I've already picked out baby names." No pressure. Some fringe historians believe coconut oil was even used in political rituals, rubbed onto the hands of new leaders during ceremonies to symbolize openness and clarity. Smooth hands make smooth deals, they used to say. You pass an old woman under a baobab tree, carefully painting symbols onto her ankles, using a mixture of coconut oil and powdered gold leaf. She's preparing for a dance ceremony. The oil, she says, remembers what the skin forgets. You think about that. You don't understand it, but it feels true. There's a rumor floating through the market, though no one will admit to starting it. The Portuguese, upon invading, tried to recreate the Swahili coconut oil blend. They failed, repeatedly. One version turned green. One exploded. One smelled like soup. Eventually, they just stole barrels of the real stuff and claimed it as theirs. Typical. Even today, some perfumers in Oman and India trace their oldest recipes back to Zanzibar's coconut oil rituals. But no one makes it quite the same anymore. You'd need the right coconuts, the right sun, the right stories, whispered during stirring. You'd need time, which most people no longer have, and belief, which even fewer do. You sit now on a sun-warmed rock, letting a young girl braid your hair with fingers slicked in the sacred oil. It smells of memory, of distance, of sea foam and smoke. She hums a tune her grandmother taught her, half lullaby, half spell, and you feel your eyelids begin to droop. Somewhere in the harbor, a merchant yells about discounted cloves. Somewhere in your pocket, the last crumbs of coconut chapati sigh quietly. And somewhere in your soul, a little more of the past melts in. Section 6. You're underground now. Not metaphorically, literally. The sunlit market is behind you, the smell of coconut oil still lingering in your hair like a souvenir. But now you're crouched low, ducking through a tunnel of cool coral stone. The ceiling just high enough for someone shorter than you. And that's saying something, since you're basically shaped like a confused heron. This is Mombasa, centuries ago. Beneath the bustling alleys and sun-washed walls lies a secret kitchen. Well, not so secret to the locals, but completely forgotten by tourists and textbooks. Welcome to the underground ovens. You shuffle into the space, and it hits you all at once. Smoke, warmth, and the soft, nutty tang of toasted coconut mingling with the earthy breath of old stone. This is not the sterile kitchen of a palace or the lively fire pits of a beachside shack. No, this is where food was buried to become memory. A woman in layered fabrics gestures to a pit about waist deep, lined with rounded stones, blackened from years, centuries of fire. She drops in a wrapped bundle tied in banana leaf. "Mkate wanazi," she says, patting the top like a sleepy pet. Coconut bread, but not the kind you toast. This is slow food, sleepy food. Bread that's not really bread, but more like a steamed pudding disguised as a brick. It starts with fermented rice flour, thickened with coconut cream, palm sugar, and sometimes a suspiciously generous glug of tamarind juice. The batter is poured into leaves and lowered into the oven, which has been burning all night and is now filled with embers and secrets. Historians still debate how old these ovens are. Some claim they were first used by Persian settlers. Others argue they came from the Bantu farming tradition, adapted to urban coastal life. One wild theory suggests the idea was borrowed from Yemeni sailors who used a similar method to cook meat during long voyages. It's all possible. No one really knows. What everyone agrees on, the flavor is unlike anything made above ground. The woman covers the bundle with more embers and places a flat rock on top. Then she turns to you with a grin and hands you a slice from the previous batch. It's warm, dense. The outer edge is slightly smoky, and the inside is spongy, sweet, and just a little tangy from the fermentation. Coconut comes through strong, creamy, toasted, deep. You chew, you pause, you close your eyes. This bread doesn't care about your deadlines. It laughs in the face of instant noodles. It's here to lull your metabolism into a soft, sleepy lullaby. You are being gently mugged by flavor. And then, just to make sure your heart stays in this century, the woman slathers the slice in a paste made of coconut and dried sardines. You try to smile. Your mouth twitches. She laughs kindly and pats your shoulder. "Acquired taste," she says. You walk through the oven corridor, where a few families tend their own pits. Everyone has their own leaf wrapping technique. Some use mangrove leaves, others banana, and a few experimental souls insist on coconut fronds soaked in lime juice. Each gives the bread a different perfume. And it wasn't just bread they cooked here. Meat, taro, fish wrapped in coconut husk and slow roasted until the bones melt like butter. Even cakes, yes, cakes made with coconut sugar, mashed cassava, and crushed cardamom. One man explains that his great-grandfather baked his wedding cake underground, then buried a piece of it beneath the couple's hut for good luck. Apparently, rats ate it within a week. But hey, it's the thought that counts. There's an old belief in this part of Mombasa that underground cooking removes the voices from food, meaning it silences bitterness, tames strong flavors, softens sharpness, literally and emotionally. It's why foods cooked this way were often served at funerals, births, and post-argument makeups. No one's mad over bread that took 12 hours to soften its opinions. Fringe folklorists once claimed that food cooked underground here could absorb secrets. That's why some families refuse to use pits on Thursdays. Too close to dream night, one elder warns. The bread might start speaking in your sleep. You quietly take a step back from the Thursday oven. One woman, whose earrings jingle like tiny bells, shows you a copper bowl with black stains in its corners. "Coconut scorch," she says. "Good luck. Adds flavor." She explains that they never wash it too clean. The ghosts of old meals are part of the seasoning. You begin to realize how much of the Swahili food tradition is based on patience, long fermentation, long cooking, long stories, coconut milk that rests in the sun for days, spices ground slowly by hand. Time is the silent ingredient in every bite, and so is smoke. That's what makes the underground ovens so special. The soft, woodsy smoke that seeps into every leaf, every grain, every coconut flake. You can't bottle that. You can't fast forward it. It only happens when you let things be quiet. A girl offers you tea brewed with coconut husk ash. You sip. It's weird. Smoky, yes, but also floral, faintly vanilla-like. You feel your shoulders loosen. Your brain fuzz a little, like drinking an old memory. Outside, the sunlight slices through palm fronds, casting dappled shadows on the dirt path. You emerge from the oven corridors like someone reborn, soot on your palms, coconut in your belly, and your mind swirling with questions. Why did we stop cooking like this? Was it the time, the labor, the lure of speed? Or did we just forget how to listen to food when it whispers? You lean against a coral wall as the sun warms your face, and someone places a still warm banana leaf in your hand. Another slice of coconut bread, just a little one, for the road, or maybe for the dream that's just beginning to wrap itself around your senses. Section 7. You wake to the sound of waves, whispering secrets in a language you'll never fully understand. This time, it's morning. Not dream morning. Not vague historical mist. Morning. You're on the edge of a coastal village, somewhere between what's now Kenya and Tanzania. And the world smells like firewood, brine, and banana peels. There's breakfast waiting for you. Not toast, not cereal, not even a safe bowl of oats. No, this is turtle stew, banana mash, and thick, spiced coconut butter slathered across a slab of roasted breadfruit. And somehow, you're excited. A woman with forearms like tree trunks waves you over, She's stirring a bubbling pot over coals, and the steam smells like the inside of a spice chest left open too long. It's creamy and oceanic, with hints of garlic, tamarind, cinnamon, and something gently smoky. She lifts the lid. There it is, stew made from green sea turtle, simmered overnight with crushed peanuts and, yes, generous ladles of fresh coconut milk. The meat flakes apart like fish, but richer, deeper. She offers you a piece on the tip of a spoon made from a carved shell. You hesitate. She raises an eyebrow. You do not hesitate again. The flavor is ancient. That's the only way to describe it. Like the ocean got together with a palm tree and a grandmother who doesn't suffer fools. It's sweet, salty, and smooth, with that unmistakable richness only coconut milk can provide. The peanut adds depth. The turmeric whispers comfort. And the turtle? Well, you try not to think about it too hard. Historically, green turtle meat was considered a delicacy on the Swahili coast. But here's your mainstream fact. It wasn't just eaten for the taste. It was prized for ceremonial meals, especially when guests of honor arrived by sea. It showed status, hospitality, and access to oceanic knowledge. Fishermen had to understand turtle migration patterns, tidal behavior, and spiritual timing. You didn't just catch a turtle, you invited one. Meanwhile, a girl nearby is mashing roasted banana with salt and fermented coconut water. The result is a savory sweet paste, the consistency of wet dough and the color of lazy sunshine. She spoons it into your hand. No plate, just skin and trust. It's oddly perfect with the stew. Like the banana wants to be eaten with something that swam in the sea. You're handed the final piece of the breakfast puzzle. Coconut butter. Not the sterile jarred stuff you buy on a health kick. This is homemade, pounded from toasted coconut meat, mixed with cardamom, tamarind pulp, and a little smoked salt. It spreads thick, like warm fudge, and melts the instant it hits your tongue. There's crunch from over-toasted flakes. There's heat from a rogue chili seed. There's comfort from something unnameable. You smear it on breadfruit, roasted till its skin cracks and its flesh becomes starchy and slightly nutty. And take a bite. Congratulations. You've just eaten breakfast from 300 years ago. Fringe scholars once suggested coconut butter was used in spiritual rituals before long voyages, applied to the soles of feet and behind the ears. It was believed to soften the winds and confuse jealous spirits. The logic? If your scent changed, spirits couldn't track you. Not scientifically proven, but also not disproven. The woman who fed you wipes her hands on her kanga cloth and points out to sea. You eat turtle. You owe the sea a story, she says. Later, after you rest. You lie back on the woven mat someone graciously dragged into the shade. Palms above you sway like old uncles stretching after a nap. Nearby, boys chase crabs with sticks, laughing as if crab pinches were just part of daily negotiations. And then, the stories begin. Not from you. You're far too full for storytelling. These tales come from the elders, sitting in a half circle, coconut husks smoldering nearby, to keep flies and boredom away. One tells of a fisherman who fell in love with a sea god's daughter. She taught him to cook coconut stew that could change a man's fate, but made him promise never to serve it with rice. Of course, he broke the rule. His fate? He forgot the taste. And her name. Another claims a shipwrecked sailor survived for 2 weeks on nothing but mashed banana and coconut milk fermented in his own helmet. That part sounds believable? Questionable? The line is blurry here, and you're too sleepy to draw distinctions. One detail that keeps coming up. Coconut wasn't just nourishment, it was signal. Every variation of breakfast, every ratio of milk to fat, every twist of spice or salt, said something about who made it, who ate it, who was missing from the table. You glance around at the empty bowls. The woman who served you is now washing pots with sand and seawater. She sings quietly as she works, a lullaby in a language that seems designed for wind. A rooster crows somewhere far off, because apparently someone forgot to tell him breakfast already happened. A child offers you a bit of roasted coconut flake on a string. Good luck charm, they say. You hang it around your wrist. It smells like fire and sugar. And there's one last bite waiting for you. The woman returns with a small bowl, almost reverently. It contains a sweet mash of banana, coconut butter, and sea salt, topped with dried seaweed that crunches like fall leaves. Eat, she says. So your story is sweet. You do. And she nods like you've passed a test. As the sun creeps higher and your eyes grow heavier, you feel your stomach warm, your limbs relax, and your mind drift. You'll tell the sea a story later. For now, you've got one sitting in your belly, slow simmered in smoke and salt and coconut dreams. Section 8. It starts with a whisper, as most strange things do. You're sitting in the shade of a mango tree, sipping cooled coconut water straight from the shell, your breakfast belly still humming, and an old man leans close. He smells faintly of nutmeg, salt, and paper that got wet decades ago. He lifts a trembling finger and says, "There's a recipe in the Quran." You blink. "Come again?" He nods solemnly. Margins. Next to the surah about mercy. Faded. Written sideways. Then he leans back, like that explains everything. It doesn't. But you're intrigued, and a little sun-drunk. So naturally, you follow him. You're led through tangled streets, past women weaving baskets with coconut fronds, and children playing a chaotic version of tag involving sticks, singing, and alarming shrieks. Eventually, you arrive at a crumbling mosque courtyard shaded by an enormous baobab tree. Its roots twist like sleeping giants underfoot. Inside, a narrow stairway leads down into a room filled with old manuscripts, some in glass, some barely held together with threads and prayer. The caretaker is an elderly woman with eyes like polished obsidian. She nods at the man's story before disappearing into a back room. When she returns, she's holding a weathered, linen-wrapped Quran. She unwraps it slowly, reverently, until the cover is exposed. Dark leather, hand-stitched, older than most countries. The pages crackle as they open. And there, in the margin, beside a beautiful verse about compassion, is a cluster of faint, handwritten lines in Swahili Arabic script. It's a recipe, Historians still debate whether it was truly written by a scholar, a cook, or someone with very poor impulse control during a late-night study session. But what's there is clear. Scraped coconut, sugar, honey, lime zest, and something called majivu baridi, cold ashes. The rest is too smudged to read. Dessert, you whisper. Or a charm, the caretaker says. Some say it was fed to students before difficult lessons. Others say it was left in graves for the dead to remember sweetness. You feel a chill, not fear, just wonder. There's no formal name for this dish, but some call it kipenzi cha roho, beloved of the soul. You ask if it's ever been made. The caretaker shrugs. Once a year, on the night of power, if the moon is thin enough. Naturally, you insist on trying it. She leads you to a modest clay kitchen behind the mosque. There's no fridge, no stove, just a wood-burning pit and some ancient-looking copper bowls that feel like they've absorbed more secrets than soap. You help grate the coconut. Again, always by hand. She adds sugar, then fresh honey, so fragrant it could make you weep, and zest from a lime picked moments ago. And then, the ash. From a clay pot, she spoons out cool, gray flakes. Coconut husk, burned slowly until it collapses into its quietest self. It smells subtle, like rain on stone. She stirs it in last. Then she folds the mixture into small, leaf-wrapped packets and places them onto a hot, flat stone by the fire, just long enough to warm through, not cook. The sugar caramelizes slightly. The honey softens. The ash disappears into the coconut like a memory, whispered and forgotten. You take a bite. It's confusing. Sweet, yes, but also earthy, like the aftertaste of incense. The lime bursts through suddenly, like laughter in a quiet room. And beneath it all, the coconut, creamy, chewy, grounding. You chew slowly. You don't speak. The caretaker just watches, smiling faintly. A boy from the mosque, school, arrives and takes one packet. He bows before biting into it and disappears without a word. The old man from earlier pats your shoulder. Now you know. But what exactly? That recipes can live in sacred texts? That dessert might be a form of worship? That the line between food and spell is thinner than we think? Some fringe thinkers believe this dish was once used in matchmaking, served during Quran study circles when two families were trying to seal a marriage agreement. Others suggest it was meant to keep students awake during long nights of memorization. One text even hints that the ash was believed to carry the sleep of ancestors, calming the spirit enough to open the mind. You sit under the baobab tree afterward, drowsy from sugar and mystery. The birds overhead chirp in lazy rounds. Someone begins reciting verses from inside the mosque, their voice curling up like incense smoke. It's easy to imagine a world where a cook, tired, devout, and just a bit rebellious, scribbled a beloved recipe in the margins of a holy book. Not out of disrespect, but because food was also sacred. A shared coconut dessert could be more than nourishment. It could be prayer, memory, inheritance. The woman hands you one last leaf packet. For later, she says. You nod and tuck it into your satchel, like treasure, because it is. Outside, The sun has started to slip sideways, and the scent of cloves rides the breeze like a familiar friend. Someone nearby is pounding cassava with coconut milk. Another is boiling tea leaves with grated ginger and burnt sugar. But you're walking slowly, thoughtfully, coconut still on your tongue, and a line of poetry floating in your mind. The soul remembers what the tongue forgets. And tonight, your soul is full. Section 9. You board the boat just as the sky turns from gold to indigo. It's a narrow dhow with a single tattered sail, carved from wood, that creaks like it's trying to warn you. The captain is silent. His beard could house a small family of birds. You don't ask questions. Tonight, you're sailing south, down the Swahili coast, past mangrove-lined inlets and moonlit villages, to a place called Kilwa Kisiwani, a ruined island now, but once a jewel of the Indian Ocean. Spices, ivory, gold, and cinnamon-simmered coconut milk so rich, a dying sea captain once made it his final request. That's why you're going. Not for the gold, for the sauce. The dhow slips through the dark water like a shadow learning to swim. The wind smells like salt and wood smoke. You curl up near a bundle of rope and let the sea rock you gently, like a lullaby with bite. By morning, you've arrived. Kilwa greets you like a ghost dressed in gold leaf, crumbling coral walls, arched windows staring blankly at the sea, and vines sneaking through what was once a throne room. But you're not here for history. You're here for the kitchen. And you find it, eventually. Tucked behind what might have been a merchant's house, there's a collapsed oven, a few broken clay pots, and a single intact stone bowl half buried in earth. Inside, a faint brown stain, and the unmistakable scent of cinnamon, cardamom, and coconut. Historians still argue whether the famed samaki wa nazi, fish in coconut cinnamon sauce, originated in Kilwa or sailed in from Gujarat. One dusty cookbook from the early 1700s mentions a cinnamoned cream of the sea served in carved coconut shells, but doesn't list ingredients. Helpful. What's certain, this dish was legendary. Rich, fragrant, deeply comforting. A stew for kings and captains. And if the stories are true, it was the last thing a beloved sea captain requested on his deathbed, reputedly served by his wife, who added one final pinch of clove so he'd taste her tears. Romantic. And a little spicy. You follow the scent to a beachside stall. Modern, but humble. A woman with salt-streaked braids stirs a pot over a flame fed with coconut shells. "You looking for the captain's stew?" she asks without looking up. You nod, obviously. She gestures for you to sit on an upturned bucket, then begins. First, shredded coconut, freshly grated and pressed for milk. None of this boxed nonsense. Then, she toasts a blend of cinnamon sticks, cloves, coriander seeds, and a scrap of dried orange peel in a dry pan until the air becomes perfumed chaos. Into that, she adds garlic, a crushed tomato, and a long green chili. Then comes the fish, freshly caught, firm, and silver-skinned. And finally, she pours in the coconut milk. It hisses like it's offended. She lowers the flame and lets it simmer, slowly, patiently. Every few minutes, she stirs it with a stick so smooth it might be an heirloom. The smell deepens, thickens. You want to drink it through your pores. While it cooks, she tells you stories. One version says the stew was only made when ships returned safely from sea. Another says it was served to widows in mourning, comfort food for a soul shredded by salt. A third claims pirates used it to lure enemy captains into false peace talks, and then poisoned the clove. Historians don't agree, she says with a shrug. But stew is stew. She ladles it into a shallow bowl and passes it to you with a square of coconut flatbread. You dip, you taste. The first flavor is cinnamon, but not the kind on your cinnamon toast crunch. This is warm, earthy, almost floral. Then the coconut creeps in, sweet and rich and buttery, followed by the ocean kiss of fish and the soft throb of chili. You stop chewing just to sigh. It's not just food. It's goodbye. It's welcome home. It's the feeling of crying quietly in the dark while someone rubs your back and says nothing, which is exactly what you needed. A child appears with a pitcher of tamarind water and pours you a glass. It's sour, sharp, cuts through the stew like truth. You sip it between bites, which feels ritualistic, even if it isn't. The woman watches you carefully. "It's good?" she asks. You nod. She leans in. "The captain's wife," she says. "She added a bit of charred parchment to the stew before serving. From one of his maps." You blink. "Wait, what?" She grins. So he'd taste the journey. Fringe historians have written whole footnotes on this. The symbolism of fire, the edible map, the metaphor of returning. One even proposed that the recipe's sweetness increased over time because locals kept trying to recreate the captain's wife's grief. Coconut sugar, they say, is a poor substitute for sorrow. But it'll do, how? You scrape the bowl clean. The last bite is the best, where the coconut oil has pooled slightly, mingling with spice, sediment, and memory. You help her wash the dishes with sand and seawater, the way it's always been done. Then she hands you a folded cloth bundle. "Captain's spice mix," she says. "Make it if you're ever far from the sea." You nod, touched, even though you know you'll never get it quite right. You walk through the ruins as the tide rises, your belly warm, your fingers still scented with cinnamon and salt. The wind picks up. The mangroves sway like dancers, half remembering a step. And you think, some dishes don't just nourish, they remember. Section 10. You find it in the back of a cupboard. No, not here and now. Not in your actual kitchen. You're still in the past, sunburned and barefoot, your clothes dusty with coral grit, your stomach lined with centuries of coconut. But in this quiet, sea-facing home on the edge of a Swahili village, you've just found something rare, a memory hiding in plain sight. It's a mortar, small, dark, and smooth as riverstone, carved from half a coconut shell, its inner surface polished by 1,000 careful grinds. There's no sparkle to it, no gold, no jewel, no name etched into the rim, just wear, grooves, the subtle, quiet signs of repetition. And that, it turns out, is where the recipes live. The grandmother who owns it, stooped, smiling, eyes sharp as lemon peel, nods when you touch it. "This is my family's cookbook," she says. You look inside. Nothing but the faint scent of clove and something nutty, charred, old. Maybe the memory of peanut oil, maybe ghostly cardamom, maybe both. She sits beside you on the mat and begins to tell the story. No written page, no recipe card, just a chant-like rhythm of ingredients and gestures. When the rain comes early, you add tamarind. When the sea is rough, use dry coconut, not fresh. When someone is angry, don't stir with a metal spoon. Historians confirm that in many Swahili households, particularly in older generations, recipes were remembered physically, passed down not by words, but by touch. The way a mortar was held, the weight of the pestle, the tilt of a wrist. You didn't need a book when your grandmother's hand had already memorized the rhythm. There's even a fringe theory that in certain households, the very grooves in the mortar were used like braille, each family's unique flavor profile etched over time. One curve for spice, one worn edge for salt, one smooth patch where coconut oil once sat warm under a mortar's pressure. You watch her begin to grind. First, she drops in toasted, shredded coconut. The smell, of course, hits instantly. Warm, earthy, cozy. Then she adds roasted peanuts, black pepper, a clove or two. Finally, dried lime peel and a splash of vinegar made from overripe mango. She grinds in slow, practiced circles, humming an old song about fishermen and moonlight. Her granddaughter appears shy with a piece of cloth, ties back her hair, and begins to sing along. You ask what they're making. Kipishi ya vichwa mbivu, the older woman says, for hard-headed men. You laugh. It's real, she insists. The recipe calms anger, softens stubbornness, or at least makes them too full to argue. The resulting paste is thick, grainy, with that subtle tang of something fermented. You're handed a pinch wrapped in coconut leaf and told to eat it with roasted cassava. You do. It's oddly grounding, like peanut butter took a philosophy class. Later, she shows you 3 more coconut shell mortars, each older than the last. One belonged to her mother, another to a great-aunt. And the last, well, that one came from a village that doesn't exist anymore. It was swallowed by the sea during a freak tide in 1813. Only this mortar remained, carried inland by a terrified teenage bride who used it to remember her lost home through food. You run your fingers along the rim. The groove under your thumb feels like grief. The one beside it? Maybe longing. No one wrote down the exact recipe from that vanished village, but the mortar still knows. Some scholars argue that Swahili coastal food is hard to trace precisely because of this tradition. With Pusu written records and a strong oral and tactile memory culture, dishes changed slightly each generation, not by intention, but by instinct. A grandmother adds more pepper because her arthritis told her to. A boy skips turmeric one day because the wind changed direction. And yet, the heart of it remains. You're invited to grind your own mix. You accept. Your arms tire quickly. Your circles are uneven. You sprinkle too much salt. You stir clockwise instead of counterclockwise. The grandmother watches, amused. You'll get there, she says. The mortar teaches you. You ask if she's ever written her recipes down. She shakes her head. Why? My granddaughter has hands. My mortar has memory. You stay for lunch. The meal is simple. Coconut rice with a peanut coconut mash, flat bread brushed with garlic coconut oil, and a relish made from green mango, chili, and, of course, grated coconut. Every bite feels like it's been made just for you. Not because it's fancy, but because it's known. A young boy offers you a broken coconut shell and says, "Yours. Start your own." You take it, humbled. Back by the sea, the wind picks up. The palm trees rattle like applause. You sit in the shade, shell in hand, listening to the ocean and wondering what memories you'll carve into this piece of coconut one day. No ink, no paper, just food and grooves. Section 11. You've never had to sneak into a garden before. At least, not one guarded by silence, rumors, and a very large man with arms like smoked hams. But here you are, ducking behind a spice rack. Yes, an actual outdoor rack of sun-dried cloves and cinnamon sticks, as the locals whisper stories of Zanzibar's secret coconut garden. 12 trees, walled off from the world, forbidden to outsiders, and supposedly older than the island itself. Of course you had to come. A boy named Baraka agrees to guide you, for a price. Not money. He wants a story. A good one, he warns, with kissing or a ghost. You promise both, and off you go. The path winds past shrines, overgrown wells, and houses with turquoise doors, and grandmothers giving you suspicious looks. Finally, you reach it. A tall coral stone wall, cracked but still sturdy. Its surface tangled in bougainvillea. It smells faintly of salt and dried coconut husk. Baraka knocks 3 times, then presses his ear to the stone. "She's not home," he says, and pushes open a hidden gate. Inside, everything changes. The noise of the town disappears. The air cools. You're standing in a courtyard where 12 coconut trees rise like sentinels, evenly spaced, their trunks painted with old symbols, swirls, eyes, a crescent moon. The grass beneath them is lush, the earth dark and moist, and the scent? Unmistakable. Fresh coconut milk, crushed fronds, the faintest tinge of cinnamon. "This is sacred land," Baraka whispers. "They say the first tree came from a goddess's tear." Historians, of course, aren't buying it. Mainstream scholars believe the walled garden was once a private orchard for a noble Swahili family. Perhaps a spice lord, perhaps a reclusive healer. The trees are centuries old, genetically unique, and according to some modern botanists, unusually productive. One even produces coconuts with pink flesh. Another bears fruit only during eclipses. That's probably just local flair, but no one can explain the recipe. Baraka leads you to the far corner, where a broken wooden bench sits beside a stone basin. Inside the basin is a faded inscription, carved deep and worn by decades of wind. Maziwa ya mwezi, milk of the moon. You learn that this garden was home to a coconut custard so rare it was made only during new moons, with milk from these exact trees. The coconuts were grated by moonlight, soaked in rainwater, and mixed with cardamom, honey, and a mysterious black syrup made from burnt mango skins. Some believe the syrup was fermented with ashes of prayer beads. Others say it was just molasses. Either way, the result was legend. One story claims a single spoonful of milk of the moon could cure nightmares. Another claims it caused them. A fringe folklorist wrote that women once smeared the custard on their necks before elopement, so their scent would haunt their lovers, even in dreams. That may explain why the garden was eventually sealed. Too many haunted men, too many whispered regrets. You crouch near one of the trees, running your fingers over the bark. It's warm, it's almost humming. Baraka says the trees sing at night, especially when no one listens. You're not sure if he's kidding. A shadow moves across the courtyard. You freeze. It's not the goddess, just an old woman with a bucket and a frown that could crack rock. She's the caretaker, Baraka explains. No one knows her real name, just Malkia, the queen. Malkia eyes you, then gestures toward the bench. Sit, she says. You sit. She pulls out a clay pot, opens it, and the smell wafts across the courtyard like a lullaby dipped in honey. Coconut, cinnamon, a whisper of orange blossom. She scoops a tiny spoonful into a leaf and hands it to you. It's warm, silky, slightly grainy, sweet, but with a bitter edge that lingers just long enough to make your eyes water. Then it's gone. Only one spoon, she says. You nod, understanding. Any more, and you'd either fall in love or forget your name. She tells you the trees are tended by silence. No loud voices, no songs, no jokes. If you laugh in the garden, the milk turns sour. If you cry, the coconuts fall too soon. If you steal one, well, we don't talk about that. Baraka coughs awkwardly. Some say the garden was once a monastery for cooks. Others say it was punishment, a place where a royal chef was banished for poisoning a king, cursed to spend his days making moon custard for no one. That feels dramatic, even for coconut mythology. Still, you sense the reverence here, the hush, the way even the birds refuse to chirp above the canopy. Malkia walks you out with a stare that says, "Tell no one." Naturally, you plan to tell everyone, except no one would believe you. Outside the wall, the town seems louder, brasher, the colors too bright. The coconut you pass at a market stall feels dull by comparison. Baraka grins. You owe me a story. You keep your promise. You tell him about a sailor who fell in love with a ghost in a coconut grove, and how she kissed him with custard on her lips. You make up the ending as you go, because the best recipes and the best stories don't need to be exact. As you leave the alley, you glance back at the wall. A single frond waves at you, or maybe just the wind. Either way, you don't forget the taste. Section 12. It starts with a feast and ends in a whisper. You're in a stone courtyard on the northern edge of the Swahili coast. Portuguese territory now, though you wouldn't know it by the smells wafting through the air. You expected colonizers. You did not expect the table to tremble under piles of roasted fish, cassava crisps, pickled tamarind, and what everyone is pointing at with either fear or desire: the breadfruit coconut mash. Yes, that dish. Rumors swirl around it like gnats around overripe mango. It was supposedly the weapon of Swahili witches, or lovers, or witch lovers, if the spicier tales are to be believed. You lean in for a bite. Someone gasps. A woman clutches her scarf. The old man at the corner of the table raises one eyebrow like a warning flare. But it's too late. You've already taken the spoonful, and it is divine. The breadfruit is starchy and soft, with a texture like warm mashed potatoes left out in the sun. But the coconut, oh, the coconut, it's not sweet. It's sour, fermented, with a depth that hits your tongue like thunder and disappears like fire. And then the aftertaste, salty, almost meaty, with a finish of something floral and strange. Rosewater? Banana flower? Regret? The woman across from you nods slowly. Now he knows, she murmurs. You chew carefully, half wondering if you've just agreed to marry a crocodile. Historians confirm that breadfruit and coconut soie were staple starch-fat combos along the Swahili coast by the late 16th century, especially in places like Pemba and Malindi. Breadfruit was the body, coconut the soul. Together, they formed meals that could be savory or sweet, depending on how many spices you felt like grinding that day, or how dramatic your personal life was. But here's the thing. This particular mash wasn't just food. It was bait. Not for animals. Not exactly. For people. One Portuguese captain, in a letter dated 1574, complained that his soldiers had grown foolish from the women's stew, losing all discipline and forgetting their orders. It's the kind of complaint you'd expect from a man who got out-cooked and out-flirted in the same evening. A fringe historian once suggested that the coconut mash was laced with a mild hallucinogen extracted from fermented hibiscus root. No proof, of course, but it would explain why people described seeing faces in the steam, or remembering things I never lived. You take another bite, because obviously you would. This time, the flavor shifts. It's smokier. The coconut is darker, almost toasted to the edge of bitterness. The breadfruit is drier, as if roasted first, and there's a crunch from something unexpected. Crushed tamarind seed, charred shallot. It's a completely different experience. You glance at the cook. She shrugs. Each bowl is its own story. Apparently, no two batches of this dish are the same. It depends on the moon, the tides, the gossip that morning. One cook says she changes the ratio based on her dreams. Another insists you should never eat it alone. The flavor's incomplete, she explains, like a song with no echo. There's even a tale of a pair of sisters who fought over a man by tweaking their versions of the mash. One added cloves, the other rosewater. The man chose neither. He opened a spice stall and swore off love forever. But his coconut mash, top tier. You finish your bowl, unsure whether you're nourished or bewitched. A boy nearby is carving spoons from the coconut shell. He offers you one, small, dark, almost too beautiful to eat with, to remember what it tasted like, he says. You take it. You will. The feast ends as the sun begins to dip. People lounge under jacaranda trees, sipping tamarind beer and chewing betel leaf. The coconut mash, making them slow, contemplative, and vaguely seductive. One woman begins humming a tune with no lyrics. Another starts weaving a bracelet from palm fiber. No one rushes. You ask the old man with the eyebrow what the deal is. Why all the drama over this one dish? He leans in and whispers, because it makes people feel. Feel what? He just smiles. Whatever they've been avoiding. Later, you find yourself walking the shoreline, barefoot in wet sand, thinking about things you'd rather not. Memories rise like steam from the bowl you already finished. Maybe that's the real trick. The coconut carries flavor, yes, but also feeling. Breadfruit is just the boat. You watch the tide swallow your footprints. A breeze lifts the scent of roasted coconut from a fire you can't see, and somewhere behind you, a voice sings, "Mash me with sweetness, crush me with fire, feed me to lovers, and fuel their desire." It echoes once, then fades, like a bite of something you can't quite name. Section 13. The first thing you notice is the silence. Not the peaceful kind. No, this silence is heavy. Like breath held too long. Like a village waiting for something that never arrives. You step into Pemba, sometime in the early 18th century, and everything feels wrong. The trees are still. The sea's unusually calm. And there are no coconuts. None on the ground. None piled in baskets, none split open on chopping boards, no sweet-smelling smoke curling up from kitchens, just the faint scent of old ashes and anxious hunger. You've arrived in the middle of the great coconut famine of 1724. You didn't even know that was a thing, did you? Neither did most people. But here, in this island village, usually so lush with fronds and fruit, the palms are barren. The coconuts that do fall are sour, black-spotted, or dry as bone. It's not a shortage. It's a disappearance. A woman with sharp cheekbones and a knife tucked into her waistband watches you suspiciously. You're not here to steal our roots, are you? You shake your head. Just passing through. She squints, then nods. Then help us boil the husks. You follow her to a large clay pot, balanced over a smoky fire. Inside, coconut husks. Just the fibrous, once useless outer parts, simmering in water with salt and something that smells like garlic and desperation. She hands you a stick and says, "Stir." You do. And just like that, you're part of it. The quiet struggle to stretch scraps into sustenance. Coconut meat is gone. Milk is a fantasy. Oil is a memory. What remains are the remnants. Husks, old flakes, sour cream skimmed from week-old stock. And even these are used sparingly. Historians acknowledge that 1724 was a bad year for the region. A combination of drought, disease, and possibly a fungal blight decimated coconut groves across northern Pemba and parts of mainland Zanzibar. Oral records speak of weeks without rain, of black-spotted coconuts shriveling before harvest, and of palm leaves falling prematurely, like green snow. One fringe theory blames lunar misalignment. Another? Angry spirits. And honestly, the locals agree with the spirits. An elder tells you that during that year, the villagers believed the trees had been cursed. Not just sick, punished. Why? Depends who you ask. Some say a sacred coconut tree had been chopped down by an outsider. Others whisper about a forbidden wedding feast where someone used moon milk on the wrong night of the lunar cycle. Still others mention a child born during an eclipse, said to drink coconuts from the inside before they could grow. You stir the husk stew slowly. It's not bad, which is surprising. The boiling softens the fibers, and when mixed with salt, lime leaf, and crushed cassava, it forms a kind of porridge, a bitter one, but edible. It scratches at your throat a little, like swallowing memory splinters, but the warmth fills your belly. The woman with the knife catches your eye. You expected it to taste like coconut? You nod sheepishly. She chuckles once. That's the problem. Everyone expects the tree to give forever, even when we forget to thank it. She leads you to a shrine near the edge of the village. It's small, just a pile of shells, carved stones, and bundles of fronds tied with red thread. At the center is a withered coconut still hanging on a string, blackened, cracked, long dead, but still honored. Every full moon, she says, we ask for forgiveness. You ask, from who? The tree, she replies. Like it's obvious, you start noticing things. Children collecting fallen fronds like sacred objects, elders muttering over burnt coconut shells, women whispering to trees as they pass. One man even holds a silent vigil beside a young palm, offering it drops of rainwater from a cracked gourd. Coconut here isn't just food. It's relationship. It's reciprocity. And right now, it's wounded. One local song from the period, still hummed by old fishermen today, goes, "Green fronds curled away from us, white flesh turned dry with shame. We forgot the thank you bowl, and now we bear the blame." You help prepare another meal. This one's a paste made from roasted pumpkin seed, old coconut flour, and fish skin, jerky pounded to powder. Surprisingly delicious and filling. By nightfall, the villagers gather under the palms, still leafless, still bare, and light small coconut husk fires. The flames crackle softly. One elder steps forward, holding a spoonful of the husk porridge, and raises it toward the nearest tree. He doesn't say anything, just holds it there for a beat, then sets the spoon down in the dirt. You follow suit. A spoonful of your own porridge. A moment of silence. A vague sense of apology. Historians still argue whether rituals like this helped heal the community, or were simply coping mechanisms for an agricultural collapse. But many locals swear that within 2 years, the trees began to bloom again. One woman claims the first coconut to fall after the famine hit her husband on the head. "Woke him up," she says, "stopped snoring." You sleep that night beside the dying fire, the smell of husk smoke in your clothes, your fingers sticky from boiled roots and salt. The wind rustles through the palms like it's listening again. And you wonder, what happens when something so generous stops giving? Maybe you wait. Maybe you apologize. Maybe you just stir the husks until sweetness remembers how to come back. Section 14. You wake up smelling like 10 different spices and at least 3 emotional lessons. It's still Pemba, but time's moved forward a little. The trees are green again. The famine's over. People are cooking, laughing, even singing off-key. But something's different. Something in the air, thicker than smoke, sweeter than sweat. It's the coconut-based hair oil. You catch the scent before you see the source. A mix of coconut, clove, vanilla pod, and something floral. Jasmine? Or maybe crushed ylang-ylang petals. It smells like seduction dipped in sugar, like danger in a pretty bottle. A teenage girl waves you over to her mother's stall, where rows of tiny bottles gleam in the sun. Some are corked with shells, others sealed with wax or bound in silk. "Pirate spice," she says, winking. "Guaranteed to steal attention." You laugh. She doesn't. "Seriously? This oil?" Pirates wore it, perfumed their beards, mixed it with gunpowder and nutmeg, said it made them bold. You uncap one bottle and sniff, instantly transported. Coconut hits first, smooth, buttery, comforting. But then come the other layers: sharp cloves, cinnamon bark, a whiff of smoked orange peel. It's not just a scent, it's a spell. Historians confirm that in the 17th and 18th centuries, coconut oil wasn't limited to food. It was also beauty, medicine, and yes, perfume, especially for those who needed to make an impression at sea or in the spice market. Sailors slathered it on before battle. Courtesans wore it in their hair, like a calling card. And then there were the whispers. One story goes that an Omani pirate captain kept a concubine in Zanzibar, whose only task was to blend the perfect hair oil. She used crushed pearls, fermented rose petals, and charred coconut cream. Her recipe supposedly drove men mad. One French trader reportedly sold half his cargo for a single vial, then vanished into the jungle, never to be seen again. Fringe scholars say some formulas included trace amounts of crushed beetle, nut to excite the blood. Others suggest the oils were used in rituals, massaged into the scalp, while chanting verses meant to attract a lover or confuse a rival. You get a demonstration. The girl's mother beckons you to sit. She scoops a bit of thick, golden coconut oil from a clay jar, rubs it between her palms, and begins working it into your scalp with long, practiced strokes. Her fingers move like a lullaby, circular, hypnotic. The scent deepens, warming with your body heat. You swear your thoughts slow down. Your shoulders soften. Your mind hums. "Now," she says, "you're ready to meet someone important." You raise an eyebrow. "Who?" She smiles. "Your reflection." You chuckle, but then she hands you a small bronze mirror. You stare. Your hair glistens. Your skin glows. You look kind of amazing, like someone who keeps secrets and collects shipwrecks in glass jars. She nods. The oil tells the truth you forget. You buy a bottle, obviously. Further down the lane, an older man sits cross-legged, grinding ingredients into the oil base. He adds clove, star anise, and something yellow that might be dried banana skin. He explains that every household had their own signature blend, passed from mother to daughter, or in his case, stolen from an aunt who never forgave him. He claims his version brings luck in trade and softness in heart. You ask how he knows. "I have 10 children," he says. Fair enough. A teenage boy walks by, his hair slicked back and glistening, clearly showing off. A girl watching nearby rolls her eyes. "Too much coconut," she mutters. "Smells like ambition." Even the local elders join the game. One woman, nearly 90, pulls a tiny vial from her scarf. "Wore this the night I met my husband," she says. "He followed me home, still there, ill." One Portuguese diary entry, written in 1692, described Swahili women as scented like tropical storms, with hair that gleamed like moonlight on armor. He credited this mostly to coconut oil, though he also added, and probably witchcraft. Naturally. Back at the stall, the girl offers to mix you a personalized batch. Pick a mood, she says. Love? Power? Distraction? You go with mystery. She nods approvingly. She starts with roasted coconut oil, rich and brown, like molasses. Then a drop of lime essence, a whisper of nutmeg, dried hibiscus, sea salt from a storm tide, and just a single clove cracked in her palm before dropping it in. She stirs it with a tiny stick carved from cinnamon bark. You take the bottle and press it to your wrist. One breath, and you feel like a story half told. That night, you lie on your mat under a slow-turning fan, your hair slicked with coconut sheen, your pillow slightly spicy. And your dreams? Well, you can't remember the plot, but they smell amazing. Section 15. You walk into the market at Lamu, just as it exhales. There's a moment, every afternoon, when the stalls sigh into stillness. The morning's bustle is over, and the evening's fires haven't started yet. The sun hovers like a tired lantern above the old rooftops, and the shade under the archways stretches long and quiet. This is when the whispering market wakes up. Yes, whispering. It's not metaphor. You don't hear shouting or haggling. You hear murmurs. Sellers speak softly. Customers nod silently. And transactions happen in almost total hush. The only loud noise comes from a goat chewing on a crate labeled dried mango. Maybe. You wander through the stalls, past trays of dried fish, coils of vanilla bean, and jars of sticky orange tamarind paste. Then, under a faded cloth canopy, you see it. A bowl of pale, powdered coconut. The label reads, Kumbu Kumbu Yanatsi, memory of coconut. You lean in. The powder smells faintly sweet, with a bitter edge, like something burned once and then forgiven. A woman behind the stall gestures for you to take a pinch. You do. It's soft on your tongue, almost like powdered sugar, but richer, toasted. And then it hits you. Not a flavor, a feeling. You suddenly remember your childhood. Not any specific day, just a general warmth, someone calling your name gently, and the way sunlight used to filter through a window back when mornings were slower. You open your eyes. She smiles. Memory powder, she says. Historians do recognize coconut as a powerful cultural memory trigger across the Swahili coast. From Zanzibar to Lamu, it appears in folk medicine, rituals, and food lore. But memory powder? That's fringe. Some believe it began as a spice mix used for grief rituals, given to widows, mourners, or sailors returning from long absences. Some say it's made from dried coconut meat, smoked over acacia wood, ground with clove, and something called whisper ash. That's not a scientific term. It's a poetic one, because nobody knows exactly what it is. You ask the vendor how it works. It remembers what you forget, she says. Even things I've never known? She shrugs. Memory's strange that way. You meet an old man sitting beside a stack of scrolls tied with coconut string. He claims he once ate memory powder and remembered a woman he'd never met. Saw her face, he says. Smelled her perfume, tamarind, and rain. When you ask what happened next, he frowns. Nothing. she was from a dream I hadn't had yet. Another woman, barefoot, with henna-stained fingertips, tells you that memory powder should only be eaten on Fridays, or under a waning moon, or when you forget your name in a dream. It's not clear which rule is most important. You try a second pinch. This time, you remember something odd. A fish market from your childhood. You're holding your mother's hand. You're 6, maybe. Someone's yelling about lobsters. You feel safe. That memory wasn't on your mind before. It just surfaced. You start to understand. This powder isn't magic. It's coconut, yes, but it's also smoke, ritual, and suggestion. The brain connects flavor to feeling, scent to memory. And coconut, toasted just so, fermented slightly, mixed with clove and ash. It creates a shortcut, a synaptic slipstream, a door you didn't know you'd locked. The woman hands you a wrapped packet. For later, she says. You buy a second one. For someone I miss, you explain. She nods. Add honey, bit of lemon peel. Let it sit under your pillow. You ask what it will do. Maybe it brings a dream, she says. Maybe just a smell. Before you leave the market, you pass a child painting symbols on a wall using a paste made from memory powder and rainwater. You ask what the symbol means. He says, it's how you remember someone before you meet them. The market begins to rouse. Someone lights a coconut husk fire. Another vendor shakes a jar of pickled lime. A man starts pounding cassava in a deep wooden mortar. The rhythm slow and steady, like a heartbeat returning to its normal pace. You walk away with a pouch of memory in your pocket, a slightly strange taste on your tongue, and a gentle ache behind your eyes. Was it the powder, or just the way coconut always carries a little bit of your own story back to you? You don't know. But that night, you dream of someone sitting beside you in silence, holding your hand while the scent of toasted coconut fills the air. And when you wake, for just a moment, you can still feel the warmth. Section 16. You wake to laughter on the breeze. Not the belly-deep kind. No, this is softer. Nervous, incredulous, like someone just told a joke and nobody's sure if it's actually funny. You sit up, brush a bit of dried coconut flake off your chest, standard now, and look around. You're on a small inlet near the edge of an old Swahili fishing village. The sea here is shallow, warm, and so clear you can see the ripples dancing on the sandy bottom. A cluster of boats bobs lazily offshore, and several kids are knee-deep in the water with nets. But that's not what makes you pause. What makes you pause is the fish. One of the kids is holding it up, laughing. It's glistening in the sun, its scales slightly iridescent. And the woman next to you, grilling something over a smoky coconut husk fire, nods solemnly and says, "That one, don't eat it raw." You raise an eyebrow. "Why not?" She grins. "It tastes like cake." You wait for her to laugh. She doesn't. "Welcome to the legend of the coconut-fed fish," she explains as she flips a small piece of smoky meat on a sizzling griddle. There's a type of reef fish, silver gray, almond-eyed, fast, that only lives in this specific bay. And for generations, the people here have fed them coconut. Yes, fed them. On purpose. "We toss shavings into the water," she says, "after we grate it for oil or cooking. Instead of waste, we give the fish a treat." And the fish, strangely, responded. They started gathering every morning. Some say they even recognize certain people. A few especially bold ones will bump your knee, waiting for dessert. And over time, something changed. One elder swears the fish began to develop a sweetness in their flesh. Not just mild, not just tender, sweet. Like baked goods, sweet. The first person who grilled one thought it had been marinated in sugar. The second thought they'd gone mad. But when someone tried to serve it raw, that's where the trouble began. She lowers her voice now, eyes flicking sideways. They say raw coconut-fed fish brings dreams you can't escape. You blink. Dreams? She nods. About the sea, about drowning, about being pulled somewhere soft and sweet, but wrong. Historians, to be fair, roll their eyes at this part, but they do confirm that in certain coastal villages, fish were sometimes given food scraps, particularly coconut. It was convenient, after all. Coconut shavings floated, and feeding fish encouraged them to stick close to the village. A kind of slow-motion aquaculture. Still, there are documented refusals to serve certain reef fish raw, and in one Portuguese logbook, a captain writes of a curious sweetness in the meat, reminiscent of preserved papaya, after a feast prepared in northern Kenya. You take a bite of what's been cooking. It's grilled fish, yes, but lightly caramelized at the edges. The woman explains she basted it in coconut oil, mixed with palm syrup and a little tamarind vinegar. The meat is flaky, tender, and yes, slightly sweet. Not sugary. Just gentle, like it was already part of a dish before it was cooked. You chew, slowly. Your brain hums. They used to say, she adds, that if you ate too much of it, your blood would thicken with longing. You pause, mid-bite. She's not joking. A fisherman joins you, carrying a long spear and a grin. He tells you about the annual Sweet Fish Festival, where villagers dress in white, toss coconut flakes into the tide, and dance barefoot in the shallows while chanting to the goddess of flavor. No one's quite sure who she is, but they know she's picky. Only grilled fish at her feast, never raw, never roasted in the moonlight. Someone tried once. Allegedly, he spent the next 7 nights speaking in tongues and writing coconut-based poems on his own walls. Or maybe he just had bad cassava. Either way, the story stuck. Fringe scholars argue this may be the earliest example of a culinary taboo linked directly to taste, not religion. The sweetness was perceived as unnatural, and therefore suspicious. Delicious, yes, but also too easy, too soft. Like a kiss from someone who knows your secrets already. You finish the fish slowly, each bite making you feel a little lighter, a little stranger. The kids in the bay call out. Another coconut-fed fish caught. It glimmers in the sun like a silver coin dipped in sugar. You're handed a coconut drink to wash it down. Fresh milk, sea salt, a touch of ginger. So the dreams don't go too deep, someone says. You chuckle. But later, when you lie down under a fraying thatched awning, the breeze warm, your belly full, and the sound of waves tugging gently at your thoughts, you start to feel adrift. Not badly, just softly unanchored. And that night, you dream of swimming. Far out. The sea is warm. The current cradles you. You aren't afraid. But every now and then, in the depths, you glimpse flashes of silver, and you know exactly what they taste like. Section 17. You wake up mid-song. You're not singing, but someone is. Several someones, in fact. Male voices, rich and slightly off-key, blending with the clinking of cups and the pop of a fire. You blink against the rising sun and realize you've wandered straight into a drinking circle, the kind that happens when fishermen come ashore with good luck, good stories, and no urgent desire to sleep. Karibu, someone says, handing you a cup that smells of coconut and mischief. Palm wine, not strong, just friendly. You take a sip. It's sweet, fizzy, slightly warm, definitely stronger than advertised. Welcome to the wager circle, the man adds with a grin. Today's bets, coconuts, ghost sightings, and who can recite the best lie? The laughter rolls around like a wave. You're in a clearing surrounded by trees, smoke curling up through gaps in a makeshift thatched roof. Around you, baskets of coconuts, bowls of roasted peanuts, and men and women perched on stools carved from old canoes. In the center is a low fire crackling under a clay pot, where something thick and coconutty bubbles slowly. You're told this gathering is a tradition, held only after 3 nights of successful fishing. First they drink, then they cook, then they bet coconuts. Yes, bet coconuts, as in, I'll wager 2 fresh ones that Juma can't finish that song without forgetting a verse. Or 3 brown coconuts say that Spirit's story is stolen from my uncle. It's not gambling for money. It's a culinary currency. And here, it means pride. One guy stands and boasts that he once cooked a coconut curry so delicious his ex-wife came back just to smell it. He loses his coconut bet when someone else points out she actually came back for her goat. Still, the story earns applause. Another man claims his grandmother fed ghost children with coconut dumplings left on rooftops. They only eat them when it rains, he says. If they vanish by morning, they were accepted. If not, throw them into the sea. He's dead serious. Historians do acknowledge the coconut-based dumplings, viazi via Nazi, were often used in ritual offerings, especially for spirits of lost children, sailors, or those forgotten by land. The dumplings were small, stuffed with mashed banana or cassava, and sweetened with palm sugar. Often they were wrapped in leaves and left in sacred places overnight. The bets continue. Someone bets that you, yes, you, can't cook a decent coconut dish. You're handed a pan. No pressure. With a bit of help, you mix grated coconut, leftover cassava, crushed cardamom, and a splash of the very palm wine you're drinking. You shape them into rough patties and grill them over a fire. They sizzle nicely. They smell even better. You win your coconut bet. They call your dish Mjinga Moto, the hot fool. It's a compliment, apparently. Meanwhile, the pot in the center of the fire is ready. A thick stew made with smoked fish, chili, and coconut cream, so rich it clings to the spoon like melted memory. It's served with jokes and more singing. Then, someone challenges the group to the highest wager yet, a dance-off. The prize? A rare pink-shelled coconut said to make the best oil. And bragging rights until next tide. You don't dance. At least, you don't plan to. But after another cup of wine and a slice of fried coconut pancake sprinkled with cinnamon and salt, you find your feet moving. So does your mouth. You're suddenly part of the circle, singing half-remembered Swahili verses, shaking a rattle made from dried coconut shells, and smiling so wide it hurts. And the night, because somehow it is night again, feels warm and old and infinite. Someone leans close and says, "The best dishes come from laughter, not instructions." You believe them. Later, when things settle and the fire's low and the music has softened into lullabies, you sit beneath a tree, cradling the pink coconut you somehow won in a dramatic interpretive dance about fishing. Don't ask. You blacked out halfway through. The stars blink overhead. The tide whispers secrets. And as someone pours you a final taste of coconut wine, you realize these gatherings weren't just parties. They were culinary laboratories, oral histories, places where recipes weren't written, but remembered through rhythm, teasing, toasts, and tongue slips. A spoonful here, a handful there. My aunt used 3 chilies. Mine used none, and she lived to 104. There's a rhythm to cooking that's older than books. It sounds like stories and smells like coconut. You sip slowly, the drink fizzy on your tongue, and wonder if one day someone will tell a story about you. The strange traveler who danced, cooked, and lost a spoon in the fire. It could happen. Someone just bet 3 coconuts on it. Section 18. The island doesn't use coins. At least, not the metal kind. You step off the rickety boat and into a world where money jingles softly, but not from silver or gold. It rattles, clinks, sounds hollow. You follow a narrow path flanked by palm trees into a small marketplace. And there it is, coconut shell currency. Smooth, polished discs the size of large buttons. Some are etched with symbols, stars, fish, waves. Others are dyed with charcoal or turmeric, giving them shades of soft amber or stormy gray. You spot a child buying roasted maize with 4 of them. Another woman barters for dried mango slices using a single coin carved with the image of a heron. You blink. A vendor sees your confusion and laughs. "You don't have shell money?" You shake your head. "No problem," he says, handing you 3. First-timer's allowance. The shells are warm from the sun, lighter than you'd expect. Each one hums with a bit of history. "This one," he says, tapping the smallest, "was made from a coconut dropped on a wedding day. Lucky. And this," pointing to a darker disc, "from a tree that survived a lightning strike. And this one," holding up the largest, "we don't talk about, but don't lose it." You decide not to ask. Historians acknowledge that while coconut shells weren't widely used as currency, in the formal sense, certain island communities along the Swahili coast developed token-based economies. Coconut shells were abundant, durable, and easy to mark. They weren't money the way dirhams or cowrie shells were, but they served the same social function in isolated pockets, representing value, favor, or memory. You watch a woman buy a bowl of smoked coconut rice and grilled octopus for 3 shells. Another trades 2 polished pieces for a small vial of coconut oil mixed with crushed mint and clove, a local perfume. One man tells you he once paid 5 shells to hear a secret. You ask what it was. He grins. Too cheap. Not worth remembering. Another woman claims she once sold a recipe for 10 shells and a mango. It was for a fermented coconut custard, so good it made her mother-in-law admit she was wrong. That, she says, was worth every coin. You take your beginner coins to a stall where a thin man with too many rings is selling coconut honey cakes. Dense, round, and wrapped in banana leaves, they smell like burnt sugar, ginger, and, oddly, rosemary. You pay 2 shells. He nods approvingly. That cake was expensive to remember. You bite in. It's chewy, sweet, with a caramel edge and a ghost of smoke. The coconut isn't just flavor. It's texture, soft, but toothsome. The rosemary is subtle, like a whisper you almost didn't catch. You blink once, then hand him your 3rd shell to buy another. He laughs and tosses you a free one. See? You're getting it. You walk through the market, noticing how carefully the shells are handled. They're kept in little pouches, woven belts, or tied around wrists. No one hoards them. No one seems greedy. They flow, traded, gifted, bartered. At one stall, a woman offers a story in exchange for a shell. You give her one. She tells you about a girl who tried to buy back a lost love with coconut coins carved from the same tree they used to sit beneath. The coins worked, but only for a day. Then the man forgot her name again. Some memories, she says, aren't for sale. Fringe scholars suggest the coconut shell coins weren't about value. They were about connection. Each coin had context. The story of its tree, the moment it fell, the fire it survived. When traded, those stories came along for the ride. Paying someone wasn't just a transaction. It was storytelling in miniature. You sit beside an old man, whittling a new coin. He's quiet. His knife is steady. You ask what it's for. He says, payment for a lie I haven't told yet. You chuckle. He doesn't. In the village square, children play a game with coconut coins, stacking them, flipping them, calling out fortunes based on how they land. Heads up, sweet dream. Etched side up, expect rain. Cracked, stay home. Broken, apologize to someone quickly. You pocket the last of your gifted shells, thinking maybe you'll leave one behind later. As a thank you, or as a payment for something you don't yet understand. Because this place doesn't measure value in weight or shine. It measures it in meaning. And coconut, in all its humble glory, is worth more than gold here, because it holds stories, secrets, ghosts, jokes, recipes. As you leave the market, someone tosses you one last coin. It's carved with a wave on one side and a sleeping face on the other. For your dreams, they say. You don't ask the price. You just close your hand around it and keep walking. The shell warm in your palm, humming with something that might just be yours now. Section 19. You follow the sound of drums, not the deep, dramatic kind. These are lighter, fluttery, playful, like palm leaves slapping rhythm against rhythm. You walk through a grove of young coconut trees, their trunks thin and graceful. as if still deciding how tall they want to be. The sound grows louder. Then you see them, a circle of kids, barefoot and gleeful, making music from things you'd normally compost. The drums, made from old coconut shells stretched with lizard skin, tied with twine, balanced atop stacks of stone. The sticks are crooked branches. One boy is tapping rhythms with his palms, faster and faster, until a girl yells, "Too loud! You'll wake the ancestors!" The others laugh. Off to the side, someone's making kites. Not the plastic kind. These are delicate, wing-shaped, crafted from dried coconut parchment. Those paper-thin layers found just beneath the outer husk, flattened, dried in the sun, and painted with fish and birds in bright pigments. The tail is twisted coconut fiber. The frame is driftwood. One of the kites takes off in the breeze with a gentle tug. It wobbles, dances, and then catches a strong gust, rising suddenly, like it's got a plan. The kids cheer. One yells, "Fly to Kilwa and bring back sweets." You're handed your own. It's crooked, painted with something that might be a goat, or a cloud, or both. But you hold it tight and feel the breeze pull. For a moment, it rises, wobbles, then nosedives straight into a bush. The kids erupt in delight. One boy pats your shoulder. "Good try. Goat flies better than your hands." You laugh, winded and slightly dusty. This isn't just play. It's inheritance. The kids explain how every part of the coconut gets used. For food, yes, but also for music, art, toys, tools, and even ash. One girl brings over a small clay bowl filled with something fine and black. "Coconut ash," she says, dipping her fingers in. "We use it for ink, and sometimes blessings." She smears a bit onto your forehead. Now your thoughts will taste better. You don't even argue. Historically, coconut ash has had a variety of uses across the Swahili coast. Mixed with water, it became an early soap. Combined with oil, a primitive ink. In kitchens, it was sprinkled over meat before smoking. And among children, a form of mischief and magic. You watch them draw shapes on each other's arms, stars, waves, fish, with wet ash. Then they sit in the shade and drum softly. One boy begins a slow chant. When the tree is old and blind, it still dreams of green, still hears the wind, still hums with smoke and salt. You ask where he learned that. He shrugs. "From my kite?" A woman nearby smiles. She's weaving a mat from coconut fronds and watching the scene like a favorite play. "We let them learn from play," she says, "before they grow up and forget how to listen to trees." She invites you to her small shelter and shows you more coconut ash tools. A tiny cup used for staining teeth, just a dot on the canine. A cosmetic trend from decades past. A comb rubbed with ash to darken it, make it gleam. Even a charm. A small wooden fish with ash pressed into its eyes. "To see spirits," she says, matter of fact. Fringe scholars believe that coconut ash was also used in ritual tattoos, temporary ones used during initiation ceremonies. Ash was mixed with sea salt and crushed hibiscus to form a paste that tingled the skin and left faint marks for days. Not painful, just symbolic. A memory that faded slowly. You lie back beside the drummers and let the rhythm wash over you. One of the kids climbs a tree with practiced ease, returns moments later with a small green coconut and cracks it against a rock. He drinks deeply, then passes it to you. The water is warm, faintly fizzy, with a hint of smoke. You ask if it was roasted. "Nope," he says. "It grew near the ash pile." You stare at him. He stares back, then grins. "Kidding. Or maybe not." The air begins to cool as the sun dips. The kites return, floating lazily down like sleepy birds. Some are caught gently. Others are left to crash. No one minds. As the kids pack up, they tuck their drums under their arms like beloved pets. One of them gives you his ash-smeared shell. "For your dreams," he says, "or for drawing mustaches on sleeping people." Both seem equally noble. You walk away with black fingertips, a slightly bruised kite wing, and the echo of child-sized drums still bouncing in your ears. And as the breeze follows you through the trees, you swear you hear something else. Faint, rhythmic, like laughter made of smoke. Even the shells remember fun. Even the ash can hum. Section 20. The cave smells like cloves and secrets. You're deep in the hillside now, beyond the town, beyond the trees, crawling through a tight opening, framed by vines and silence. Your guide, a man named Mzee Salim, barely speaks. Just grunts, waves, and occasionally hisses at you when you step somewhere sacred. He's taken you here for one reason: to see where the Portuguese tried to steal the coconut sauce. It sounds ridiculous. You almost said no. But now, crawling through limestone and coral rock, skin scraped, breath short, you believe everything. You finally reach a hollow chamber, cool and quiet. The ceiling curves like a cracked dome, and on the far wall, etched into the stone, is a single image: a bowl surrounded by flames, with coconut trees drawn around it like bodyguards. Salim spits to the side and mutters, "They thought they could take it." You sit down on a rock as he begins the story. In the 1550s, when Portuguese ships arrived along the Swahili coast, they came not just for gold and slaves, but also for spices. Coconut, particularly in the form of an oil-rich, clove-spiked sauce, was already legendary. It wasn't just food, it was power. Swahili families guarded the recipe like a birthright, passed orally, never written, always cooked in the same clay pot, over the same kind of fire, stirred with a stick made from a tree that only grew on one hill. Yeah, that kind of sauce. The Portuguese wanted it. They demanded it during trade. They tried to mimic it. They even kidnapped a cook once. She fed them a decoy version so bland it caused 3 men to insult their own ancestors and one to cry from disappointment. Eventually, when the threat of invasion loomed, a group of elders took the last remaining jar of the real coconut sauce and buried it in this cave, wrapped in palm leaves, sealed in clay, hidden beneath coral rock. "It's still here," you whisper. Salim raises a finger. Not the sauce, just the memory. You spot a small indentation in the rock, like a bowl once sat there. A dark ring remains, faint, dusty, almost reverent. Historians still debate whether the sauce truly held such value. Some claim it was a spicy, oily stew base made with coconut milk, crushed clove, sea salt, smoked garlic, and fermented citrus peel. Others suggest it was more of a chutney, thicker, cooked down until it became a deep golden paste used to glaze fish or mix with cassava. Fringe researchers, because there's always at least one, believe it had psychoactive properties, not in a trippy sense, but in a memory sense, that the specific mix of spice and coconut fat triggered emotional recall. One man claimed it helped him remember a language he hadn't spoken since childhood. Another said it made him cry for no reason, and then sleep for 3 days. Salim pulls something from his woven bag, a small jar. He opens it, and whoa! The scent hits you like history itself. Coconut, roasted, not sweet. Clove, deep and spicy. A sharp note of vinegar, a background hum of toasted garlic, and something musky, earthy, like sun-warmed stone. This, he says, is the modern attempt. You dip a finger in, it's thick, shiny, golden brown. You taste. Immediately, your mouth blooms with layers. First, smoke. Then sweetness, not sugary, but nutty. Then heat. Clove and chili and ginger curling around each other. Finally, a sour lift at the end, like someone opened a citrus window in a spice house. You're stunned. It tastes like something you've had in a dream, like something your grandmother should have made, but never did. Salim watches you. Now imagine this flavor, he says, landing on the tongue of someone who only knew salted pork and dried biscuits. You imagine it. You understand why they wanted it so badly. The Portuguese were furious. They tried to recreate the recipe using European ingredients. They used cow cream instead of coconut, dried bay leaves instead of fresh clove. It failed, miserably. One attempt allegedly turned purple and made a dog bark in Latin. Okay, maybe not Latin, but still. Eventually, they gave up, but they kept searching. For decades, they asked traders, cooks, slaves. Always the same answer. We don't know. Or, if they were lucky, we forgot. But of course, they hadn't forgotten. They'd buried the knowledge, like a treasure or a ghost. You sit in the silence of the cave, licking your finger, wondering how something as simple as coconut and spice could shape the tension between empires. Salim gets up. Time to go. You follow him out, blinking in the light. Outside, he hands you a folded scrap of cloth. Inside, a tiny bundle of spices wrapped in banana leaf. Don't cook it, he says. Just keep it near your stove. It'll teach your hands. You want to ask how, but you know better by now. As you walk back to the village, the wind shifts. You catch a whiff of smoke, salt, and clove. Somewhere, someone is cooking. And for a moment, you swear the scent curls toward you, like an invitation, like a recipe, trying to find its way home. Section 21. You wake up sweating, not because it's hot, though it is, but because the stew beside your bed is hissing like it's offended, not sizzling, not bubbling, hissing. You sit up, rub your eyes. There's no fire, no smoke, just a large clay pot sealed with banana leaf. and humming softly. Welcome to the world of fireless coconut curry. A dish so old and strange, it doesn't need a flame. It cooks itself. Or rather, it ferments. An old woman appears in the doorway of the hut, arms crossed, smile thin. "You slept near it," she says, half accusation, half congratulations. "That's brave." You ask what exactly it is. She shrugs. Makuzi wa mvua. Rain curry. The sun and time do the work. She peels back the leaf covering the pot, and a rush of scent bursts free. Not overwhelming, not aggressive, just complex. Coconut, obviously, deep and creamy, but also something tangy, like underripe mango, and earthy, like mushrooms and old stories. She stirs with a spoon carved from driftwood. Inside, soft pieces of breadfruit, thin strips of marinated jackfruit, fermented coconut milk that's slightly pinkish, and tiny green chilies that look innocent, but definitely are not. You watch her ladle a portion into a gourd bowl. No steam, no bubbling, just thick, chilled curry, the color of sandstone, smelling like a thunderstorm that fell in love with a garden. You take a bite. Your mouth goes still. It's cold, yes, but not cold. It's alive. The coconut hits first, fatty and rich. But then the fermentation takes over, sour and sharp, bouncing around your tongue like it forgot how to behave. Then comes sweetness, as if the coconut milk remembered it was fruit. Then salt. Then fire from the chili, sneaking up like a bad decision. You cough once. The old woman grins. Historians still argue whether these fireless coconut curries were created out of necessity, when firewood was scarce, or by design. Some say they were developed by coastal monks observing food purity rituals. Others believe they began as experiments during monsoon season, when fires couldn't stay lit, and the humidity turned coconut milk into an accidental alchemist. Whatever the origin, these curries became an art form. Every ingredient had to be trusted. The coconut milk had to be fresh, pressed from just picked fruit, strained through fine cloth, and left to sit for a day in a cool, shady spot. Breadfruit, jackfruit, or taro was lightly salted, marinated in lime juice, and massaged with spice blends before being dropped into the milk. Then came the wait. 12 hours, sometimes 24. No peeking, no stirring, just patience. The fermentation does the rest, softens the starch, activates the sugars, transforms the coconut milk into something creamy and sour and complex. You ask if it's dangerous. The woman laughs. Only if your hands are angry. She explains that everything used must be clean, not just physically, but spiritually. You don't make rain curry after a fight, or when you're anxious, or on days when you feel forgotten. The milk will spoil, she says. Or worse, remember what you were thinking. That's not comforting, but you believe her. You wander through the village, gourd bowl in hand, nibbling slowly. Everyone you pass gives you a knowing nod. You're officially part of the fermentation club now. A teenage boy explains that his family makes a version using green banana and fermented coconut with dried shrimp. Tastes like sadness and lightning, he says proudly. Another woman describes a curry made entirely of fermented papaya, garlic, and coconut milk left in a clay pot buried halfway in sand. Better than kissing, she adds. Sometimes. Fringe. Folklorists believe some of these fireless coconut dishes were used in divination, left out under moonlight, then tasted at dawn. The flavor determined whether your request would be answered. Bitter? Wait. Sweet? Proceed. Sour? Run. There's even a story of a young couple who eloped after making a coconut curry that turned blue. The village priest declared it a sign. The elders were horrified. The couple, reportedly, still write poetry about each other and cook together every Thursday. You finish your bowl as the sun climbs high, sweat beading at your temple. The curry sits in your belly like a secret, warming slowly from the inside out. You don't feel sleepy. You feel aware, like your taste buds just read a diary you weren't supposed to open. Back at the hut, the woman wipes out the clay pot with a banana leaf and sprinkles the leftover ash around a young coconut tree. It remembers, she says. You ask if she'll teach you the recipe. She pauses, then shrugs. Maybe, but only if the milk likes you again. And just like that, she's gone. That night, you try to describe the flavor to someone. You fail. You say, sour, sweet, fire cream, and immediately regret it. You say, like coconut yogurt with attitude, and they just blink at you. In the end, you realize the curry doesn't want to be described. It wants to be eaten and remembered and maybe dreamed about. Section 22. You find the kitchen by its silence. It's not empty, far from it. Women shuffle in and out, stirring, slicing, humming under their breath. But there's no clatter, no shouting, just the sound of careful hands, mortar tapping pestle, fingers brushing rice grains, the soft ripple of fabric as someone turns. This is the wedding kitchen. And you're a guest. A lucky, slightly confused guest who's been handed a task. Fold the coconut parcels. You sit on a woven mat beside a woman named Fatma, who's already made 30. Yours look like tropical origami disasters. She laughs softly. Not too tight. Coconut breathes. You didn't know coconut could breathe. But now that she said it, you believe her. She's preparing makuti ya harusi, wedding coconut bundles. Each is a banana leaf packet filled with a spiced coconut and rice mixture, tied shut with coconut fiber and steamed in clay pots lined with hibiscus. The scent? Like dreams melting. Clove, cardamom, nutmeg, toasted coconut milk, and something floral you can't place. Fatma leans over. Crushed rose from my garden. You ask what makes these different from regular coconut rice. She smiles. Intention. These aren't just food. They're blessings. Each bundle made during a wedding is touched with a prayer, a wish, or sometimes a warning. One bundle per guest. One hidden under the couple's bed. One tossed into the sea. Historians confirm the use of ceremonial coconut dishes during Swahili weddings, especially in Lamu, Zanzibar, and Kilwa. Coconut rice dishes, often cooked with rosewater, clove, and saffron, were offered as both feast and fortune-telling. The flavor of your packet could predict your future mood. Sweet. Joy ahead. Spicy. Passion. Bitter? Trouble's coming, babe. There's even a fringe belief that the bride's personality influences the flavor, whether or not the ingredients change. If she's in love, the rice will taste round. If she's anxious, sharp. And if she's unsure, dry. You bite your lip and keep folding. Fatma checks your next parcel. It's better. You'd make a good auntie, she says, nodding. High praise. Behind you, a group of women are preparing the harusi halwa, a dense coconut sugar confection boiled for hours until it reaches the consistency of firm jelly. It's dark brown, glossy, and cut into diamonds. Stirring it takes 4 women, using long-handled paddles. They chant as they stir, not for rhythm, but for energy. One mutters, "No lazy hands, the halwa knows." Another swats a girl who's giggling. "Don't make it laugh, it won't set." You wander over and taste a sliver. It's incredible, deep, caramel sweet, with a burnished coconut depth and a whisper of something sharp. Lime peel, maybe, or just the tension of the day. Fatma brings you back to the parcels. She shows you how to tuck a clove inside each before sealing. It protects, she says, even from in-laws. One girl whispers that her sister added chili flakes to her own wedding bundles. Half the guests loved it. The other half cried. She still doesn't know which was the intended reaction. Later, when the bride arrives, barefoot, glowing, henna blooming up her arms, everyone goes quiet. She enters the kitchen, dips a finger in a bowl of warm coconut cream, tastes it, and nods. The kitchen sighs. She's approved the flavor. One by one, the bundles are steamed, then stacked in baskets lined with jasmine leaves. You help carry them out to the courtyard, where the wedding feast awaits. Grilled fish, roasted bananas, coconut flatbreads, tamarind sauces, and a mountain of golden rice. But it's the bundles everyone reaches for first. They unwrap them slowly, reverently. Bite, smile, look up. Fatma leans toward you. It worked. You ask what? The wish I folded into mine. She doesn't say what it was. You wander through the courtyard as the sky softens, music rising, laughter spilling like spilled tea. One man has already proposed marriage to someone because her bundle tasted like forgiveness. Another is sulking. His was bland. Somewhere, a child opens a bundle, finds a tiny shell inside, and squeals. Treasure! You find a quiet spot under a frangipani tree and open your own. The rice is soft, rich, warm from the steam. The coconut milk wraps each grain like silk. The rose is subtle, the clove grounding, and the finish smoky, surprising, strange. You smile. It tastes like beginning. Later that night, after the couple is married, after the final song is sung, a single coconut parcel is taken to the beach. The bride herself carries it. She wades into the tide up to her knees and gently sets it adrift. It floats for a moment, then sinks. The crowd watches in silence. Fatma whispers, "If it floats far, love will travel. If it sinks, love will stay." You watch the ripples fade and think maybe the coconut already knows a section 23. The rooster that wakes you is wearing beads. You're not dreaming. You checked. It's got a little necklace, red and white, dangling from its neck like it's about to attend a beach wedding or open a fashion show for tropical poultry. The owner, an old man chewing sugarcane and muttering to himself, simply says, "It's a cooking day. Even the birds dress up." You're in Ngambo, the other side of Zanzibar town, the side where recipes are kept in songs, not scrolls. A place where you don't learn how to cook by reading, but by listening. If you want to make coconut dishes here, you'd better have good ears and decent rhythm. The kitchen is outside, under a stretched blue tarp. There's no table, just a long wooden bench, a fire pit, and several women sitting on low stools, singing softly while grating coconut by hand. They sing in Swahili, but you catch the rhythm immediately. Piga Nazi, Koroga Pole Pole, Mpaka Inalia Kama Mtoto. Grate the coconut, stir gently until it cries like a child. You're handed a grater, made from wood, scrap metal, and lots of attitude. You try to keep up with the rhythm, your hands scraping, your coconut snow falling unevenly. Someone giggles behind you. Your coconut is anxious. You keep going. Here, each step of cooking has its own verse. The melody rises when oil begins to separate. It slows during the simmer. It hushes when the clove is added, because you're not supposed to breathe too hard near clove. It steals your intentions, a woman tells you. The dish they're making today is makate wa kumimina, a kind of soft, baked coconut bread pudding, rich and golden, somewhere between cake and custard. It's made with fermented rice flour, coconut milk, sugar, and a dash of cardamom. But here's the thing. There's no written recipe, just the song. You hum along as they stir the batter, heat the pan, grease it with coconut oil. The song changes key when the batter is poured. It shifts tempo as the steam rises. You ask why. Because the cake listens, someone says. If we rush, it collapses. Historians confirm that across the Swahili coast, oral tradition was more than storytelling. It was technique. Recipes were preserved through call and response songs, especially among women. Measurements were coded in rhythms. How many beats to stir, how long a verse lasted determined simmer time. One fringe theory suggests the earliest coconut-based dessert rituals actually trained children to count and keep tempo through food songs. The logic? If they could make pudding that didn't explode, they could survive adulthood. You watch as the mkaat wa kumimina finishes baking in a charcoal oven. The top turns golden, the edges darken just slightly, and the scent, oh Lord, the scent is ridiculous. Coconut sugar, cardamom, yeast, and heat. One girl sings a final verse as she removes it. Makat umetulia, kama bibi arusi, ameona harusi yake kwa ndoto. The cake is calm, like a bride who dreamed of her wedding. You take a slice. It's warm, dense but delicate. The coconut milk has caramelized in places, forming soft sugar crusts. The texture is somewhere between flan and pancake. It melts, then blooms. And the cardamom? It shows up late. Just when you think you're done, it reminds you that spice isn't always loud. You hum without meaning to. Someone notices. Ah, the recipe caught you. You sit back as the singing continues. New songs now. One about a lost coconut grater that floated to Madagascar. Another about a man who tried to make makate while angry and ended up with a sour pancake and a divorce. Everyone laughs. Then a child arrives, carrying a rattle made from 2 coconut shells. She shakes it and yells, "Time for the taste test!" This is serious. She gives a slice of mkate to each elder present. They chew slowly, nod solemnly, and then one declares, "It's missing. Nothing." Carry on. Cheers erupt. The old man with the beaded rooster lets out a strange victory cluck. You ask one of the women if she'll write down the song for you. She shakes her head. Can't. The song changes when you're not looking. You offer to record it. She laughs. Record your hands instead. That's where the melody ends up. That night, you find yourself humming the coconut bread song while walking through narrow alleys, lit by lanterns. Your hands are sticky with sugar. Your lips are humming cardamom. And you realize this dish, this song, this day won't exist again quite the same. Because here, coconut cooking isn't preserved in ink. It lives in mouths, in rhythm, in the spaces between breath and bite. And as you fall asleep, you hear it, soft and steady. Koroga pole pole, mpaka inalia kama mtoto. Stir gently until it cries like a child. You smile into the dark and dream of music you can eat. Section 24. You wake up with a goat nibbling your sandal. He looks at you with zero remorse. Just a slow blink, like you left it out, didn't you? You sit up, shoo him gently, and realize you've spent the night in a coconut grove. Not a touristy one with hammocks and Wi-Fi, but a wild grove. Tangled roots, husks scattered like autumn leaves, and trunks so old they bend like tired knees. A woman sits nearby, sharpening a curved blade against a stone. "Time to tap," she says. You follow her deeper into the grove, where another man waits by a towering coconut tree. He tightens a belt around his waist, loops a coil of rope around his feet, and without warning, scales the tree like a spider 30 feet up. He pauses, clings to the trunk with his toes, and begins to tap a flower stalk. Soft thwacks with a knife, over and over. Then he ties a small bottle to the end, securing it with palm fiber. "What's he collecting?" you ask. "Toddy," the woman says. "Coconut flower sap." She gestures for you to sit. This is the world of mnazi, fermented coconut sap, used for drinking, cooking, healing, and occasionally starting family feuds. It begins sweet, very sweet. Freshly tapped sap, called megale, tastes like liquid sugar, with a floral back note and a hint of melon. But give it a few hours in the heat, it turns sour, fizzy, and enthusiastic. You're handed a cup of the fresh stuff, still cool from the pre-dawn collection. It's clear, silky, and ridiculously good, like nectar. You want to bottle it, hoard it, bathe in it. Then someone brings you a second cup, this one fermented. You hesitate. It smells bold, a little like apple cider that's gone rogue, with a vinegar kick and a whiff of mischief. You sip. Whoa. It bites. But it also dances. Fizz, sour, then a mellow coconut finish. A whole mood in a cup. Traditionally, mnazi is sipped slowly, under shade, with conversation, or used in cooking, especially in fish stews or as a marinade base. mixed with coconut milk, it creates a natural fermentation effect, helping tenderize meats and bring a subtle tang to otherwise rich dishes. Historians confirm that fermented coconut sap was both beverage and ingredient across the Swahili coast, particularly in coastal Kenya and Tanzania. It was never mass-produced like in parts of Asia, but it held deep communal value, drunk during rituals, offered to elders, or gifted during negotiations. Some villages even used it to seal deals, believing the shared sourness symbolized truth. You join a small cooking circle near the grove where today's special is samaki wa mnazi, fish simmered in a sauce made from fermented coconut sap, coconut cream, garlic, and chili. The smell? Wild. Tangy, creamy, sharp, like someone gave a tropical fruit a personality disorder and told it to behave. As it cooks, an old man recounts a tale. Once, a suitor brought fermented mnazi to a bride's family. They drank it and laughed all night. In the morning, they realized he'd used over-fermented sap. They were so drunk, they married him to the wrong sister. They're still together, he adds. She makes better curry anyway. You taste the fish. The sauce is unlike anything so far. It hugs the tongue. The fermented sap gives it a brightness, like lime, but deeper, fuller. The coconut smooths it out. The chili adds a confident wink. It's not loud. It's layered, like a good story told in 4 voices. Someone adds a splash of sap to their rice and declares it the breakfast of champions. Another mixes sap with coconut sugar and lets it boil down into a sticky syrup. It becomes a glaze, painted over grilled breadfruit, then sprinkled with roasted sesame and smoked salt. You try it. It tastes like molasses with a PhD. You ask if mnazi is still widely used. The cook sighs. Less now. People fear the sour. They want sweet and easy. She stirs the pot slowly. Sweet is a hello, she says. Sour is a conversation. Later, you sit under a tree sipping fresh toddy, feeling its warmth spread through your limbs like a friendly hug from someone you forgot you missed. The goats mill around, chewing things that shouldn't be chewable. The cook hands you a tiny bottle. Let it sit 3 days, she says. Then cook with it. Or drink it. Or forget it on purpose. You ask what'll happen. She shrugs. Depends what kind of sour you need. That night, you dream of chikikbao dripping, slow and golden, into a gourd, of fish smiling beneath bubbling sauce, of sweetness that fades, and sourness that stays. And for once, you don't mind. Section 25. You wake up with salt on your lips and sand in your shoes. Not your sandals. Your actual shoes, which you haven't worn in days, but somehow filled with half a beach overnight. The sea is already tugging at the shore, and there's a boat waiting. Wooden, blue-painted, rocking softly with the tide. You're going island hopping. The captain, a man named Baraka, says nothing until the sail catches wind. Then he turns, grins, and mutters, "We're going where the coconuts speak Swahili better than you." You try to take that as a compliment. The first stop is a tiny sandbar called Mashanga. No houses, no shops, just one crooked hut and a table covered in bottles of oil. Coconut oil. Except not the kind you know. These are infused. Baraka leads you to a woman sitting cross-legged beside a coal stove. She doesn't greet you, just points to a bowl filled with golden liquid, swirling with red flecks. You sniff. Ginger. Clove. Something citrusy. She nods. Cooking oil, for seafood, makes prawns flirtier. Another bowl, darker, almost green. Medicinal. Rub it on your chest, or on someone who's lying. You raise an eyebrow. She shrugs. Truth rises with heat. You learn that infused coconut oils are part of island cooking and healing alike. Fresh coconut oil, clear, light, slightly nutty, is a base. Then herbs are added and left in the sun for 3 to 5 days. Each bottle is a recipe, and every recipe has a purpose. Historians have documented these oils in both culinary and folk medicinal practices along the Swahili coast. Clove-infused coconut oil was used to massage sore muscles and flavor stews alike. Ginger oil warmed the body during monsoon season. Lemon peel oil went into both cough remedies and grilled octopus marinades. You dip your finger into a dark red one. Careful, she warns. That one remembers arguments. It tastes spicy, smoky, bitter at the end. Chili, garlic, tamarind. She says, cook fish in it when you're angry, or when the fish is. Baraka chuckles. Fish knows when you're pretending. You purchase a small bottle with a dried hibiscus petal floating inside. It's for desserts, apparently. You're told to drizzle it over mango or bread pudding, or your tongue when you're sad. Next island, Kidu. This one's greener. Chickens roam like they own the place. You arrive to the sound of something sizzling. A woman is shallow frying strips of plantain in coconut oil that smells faintly of cinnamon bark. She smiles. Pili pili ya natsi, she says. Coconut chili oil. You taste one of the golden strips. First, sweet. Then, rich. Then, kaboom. The chili hits like a sharp joke, chased by coconut's velvet apology. It's addictive. You ask for more? She hands you a bundle wrapped in banana leaf. Eat it at sunset. The flavor gets braver in the dark. On your way back to the boat, Baraka tells you about spirit oil, a forbidden infusion made with coconut oil, crushed coral, ashes from a mango fire, and 1 drop of midnight rain. What's it used for? You ask. He smirks. Finding things, or losing them. You decide not to ask further. Final stop, Chini Mwamba, a rocky outcrop surrounded by shallow, turquoise water. No one lives here full-time, but once a week, locals gather for a secret cookout. You arrive just as someone is heating coconut oil in a cracked ceramic pot. They add smashed lemongrass, dried orange peel, and a single red chili. The scent rises like a warning, and a welcome all at once. This is finishing oil, used not for cooking, but for finishing. A final touch, spooned over rice, stirred into stew, brushed across grilled fish, or mixed into warm coconut rice pudding. It's the whisper after the shout, the punctuation. You try it over a smoky, coconut-laced lentil stew. It changes everything. The sharp citrus lifts the richness. The chili prickles gently. The oil carries all of it across your tongue like a smooth-talking translator. someone hands you a shell cup filled with fresh sugarcane juice and a drop of lemongrass oil. You sip. The sun dips low. The boat rocks gently offshore. And you realize something you hadn't thought about until now. Coconut oil isn't just for cooking. It's an archive. It captures scent, heat, emotion. It preserves the past in edible time capsules. The woman from the first island said oil remembers arguments, but maybe it remembers other things too. Joy, secrets, laughter that stained the pan, a prayer whispered into the pot while the wind held its breath. You hold up your little hibiscus bottle and watch the flower bob inside. It swirls slowly. You wonder what it will remember of you. Section 26. The village is quiet today. Too quiet. Not spooky quiet. More like something's about to happen quiet. Even the chickens are acting suspiciously innocent, pecking at the dirt with exaggerated disinterest. Like they're hiding a secret. You're walking past shuttered stalls and empty porches when you hear it. Drums. Faint. Rhythmic. Coming from the northern hill where the trees grow close together and the paths are marked with coral stones. Someone's getting initiated. Baraka appears from nowhere, eating roasted cassava and grinning. "Today's your lucky day," he says. "You get to see a njugu ceremony." You raise an eyebrow. He chews, swallows, and elaborates. "Coconut rite. Very old. Very weird." You don't hesitate. The path to the clearing is narrow and lined with bits of red string tied to branches. You pass through a bamboo gate and step into a space carved out of forest. A perfect circle, packed earth, ringed with logs for seating. In the center, a clay brazier filled with smoking coconut husk and something sweet. At least 6 women sit around it, dressed in layered cloths, dyed with turmeric and charcoal. Each holds a spoon. Each stares at a bowl in front of her. No one speaks. Then one begins to chant, low and steady. The others join in, building a harmony that's more breath than melody. Someone nudges you to sit. You obey. A young girl walks into the center, barefoot and painted with ash. Her palms are open, her eyes closed. She kneels beside a large bowl of grated coconut mixed with roasted peanut paste, tamarind, and banana flour. It smells amazing. This is the dish they call njugu yamabadiliko, the coconut of change. It's only made during moments of transformation, coming of age, forgiveness rituals, new marriages, or the return of someone believed lost. The ingredients vary, but the base remains. Fresh coconut flesh, ground roasted nuts, something sour, and something starchy. And it's not just food. It's symbol, texture, story. One by one, the women begin feeding the girl small spoonfuls. She chews slowly, eyes still closed. She's not supposed to speak until the flavors settle. She's tasting herself, they say. The sweet, the bitter, the change. You're handed a bowl. It's warm from the sun, heavy in your palm. You take a bite. The peanut paste is gritty and comforting. The coconut is chewy, rich, slightly smoky. The banana flour adds a strange tenderness, earthy and floral, like artichoke's tropical cousin. Then the tamarind hits, pulling your jaw in two directions. Yes, and wait. It's delicious, but not polite. It makes you think. Historians acknowledge that in Swahili traditions, food often plays a key role in rites of passage. Coconut dishes in particular symbolize purity and memory. The blending of peanut and coconut reflects the tension of childhood and adulthood. The tamarind? That's for the sting of growth. One elder says, "This dish shows her what she's made of." Literally. You ask if it's always this recipe. She smiles. Sometimes we add chilies if she's too gentle, or honey if she's fierce. You must balance before you cross. After the final bite, the girl opens her eyes. Someone wraps a cloth around her shoulders. Someone else smears coconut oil on her wrists and forehead. It glistens in the sun. Then, a woman hands her a mirror. She looks at herself for the first time as the new version, then breaks into a grin. Drums rise. The women clap. The circle opens into dancing. Not wild, more like ripples on a pond. Arms swaying, feet stamping gently in dust. You're pulled in before you can protest. Someone smears chumta's coconut paste on your cheek. Now you're halfway changed too, they say. You twirl with strangers, taste the ash in the air, feel the sweat on your skin. There's something ancient in this, older than cooking, maybe, older than language, a way to tell stories with your mouth full and your heart open. You sit down to catch your breath. An elder offers you water. Then a second bowl. Second taste is always different. You try it. Same ingredients. Completely different experience. This time, the coconut is dominant. The peanut muted. The tamarind soft. You wonder if the bowl knew what you needed. You ask if men do this ceremony too. They nod. But their dish is different. No tamarind, more chili, sometimes dried fish. You make a mental note to find that version later. The ceremony winds down as the sun shifts. Ash from the brazier is sprinkled on the ground. Leftover paste is buried beneath the oldest tree. So the change doesn't drift, someone explains. You leave the grove with your face tingling and your mouth still humming with flavor. Baraka walks beside you, quiet for once. Then, "You tasted it, didn't you?" You nod. "Good," he says. "Now maybe the coconuts will stop calling you a tourist." You chuckle. But later, when the wind rustles the palms just so, you think you do hear something, like laughter, or a welcome, or a flavor, remembering your name. Section 27. You wake up to the sound of rain arguing with a tin roof. It's not angry, just loud, like it's trying to convince the house that everything needs a rinse. The kind of tropical downpour that turns every path into a creek and makes the mango trees sway like they're about to confess something. You sit by the window, watching palm fronds drip. The coconut trees seem pleased. You? You're hungry. A voice calls from the kitchen. "Today, we make mvuke wa nazi, coconut steam." You wander in, barefoot, and still slightly rain damp, to find a woman already heating water in a carved stone pot. The lid is a basket woven from banana leaves and palm string. A tray of ingredients sits nearby: cassava, young jackfruit, a whole green coconut, turmeric root, and a small mound of white paste. "What's that?" you ask. "Memory," she replies, then adds, "Also ground fermented coconut and salt." Fair enough. She explains that memvuke wa natsi isn't a single dish. It's a cooking method. Steaming, yes, but not over plain water. Over coconut water, infused with spices, herbs, and citrus peel. The steam itself becomes part of the seasoning. This is cooking by atmosphere. She grates fresh coconut and wraps it in cloth, squeezing it into a small bowl until creamy milk pools like melted ivory. Then she pours the milk into the pot, along with ginger, lemongrass, and orange peel. You inhale. The scent is unreal. As it simmers, she layers sliced cassava and jackfruit into the basket, then places a halved young coconut right in the center. "That's the gift," she whispers. The lid goes on. The steam begins to rise. She taps the basket gently, not checking progress, just saying hello. Historians trace this method back centuries. Steaming food over fragrant coconut liquids was common in Swahili kitchens, especially on rainy days, when open flames were impractical. The coconut steam not only flavored the food, it was thought to carry healing properties. In some villages, a person with a fever would sit over a similar pot draped in cloth, breathing in steam infused with clove and basil. It cleared sinuses, or curses, depending who you asked. Fringe accounts claim that on special nights, when the moon was crescent thin and the tide pulled too far, people would steam letters. Folded banana leaves written in clove oil were placed in baskets over coconut vapor, infusing the messages with scent. Then the letters were burned. The smoke carried the words to whoever needed them. The woman lifts the lid slightly. Steam escapes like a sigh. She checks the cassava. Still firm. The jackfruit? Softening. The young coconut? Just beginning to melt from the inside. She adds a few crushed hibiscus petals for color, then covers it again. You sip spiced tea while the pot murmurs. She tells you stories of lost lovers who sent coconut parcels via boat, letting the waves decide where they'd land. One drifted all the way to Oman, she says. They married, but the curry was always homesick. Finally, she lifts the basket and serves the dish onto a broad banana leaf. The cassava is tender, the jackfruit golden, and the young coconut's flesh has turned custard soft. You dig in. The first bite, gentle, humid. The flavor is in the texture, moist, perfumed, soft at the edges. The cassava tastes like coconut rain. The jackfruit is earthy sweet, with hints of lemongrass. And the young coconut? Oh, that's dessert, dinner, and lullaby in one spoonful. You feel like you're eating weather. Rain has flavor, the woman says. You believe her. As you finish, she hands you a small cloth pouch. Inside, dried coconut milk infused with clove and orange peel. Next time it rains, boil water. Add this. Think of here. You thank her. She shrugs. It's not thanks. It's echo. Later, as the rain slows to a whisper, you step outside. Everything smells green and damp and honest. You spot a child running barefoot through puddles, holding a leaf like an umbrella. He yells, "Steam me, mama!" and runs back toward the house, laughing. You watch the clouds retreat and realize you've learned something strange and beautiful. Not all flavor comes from fire. Some comes from patience, from water turned to breath, from coconut whispering into your food without touching it. And as you walk away, your skin still warm from the meal, you start to hum a tune you don't remember learning. Slow, steady, steamy, like the kind of song the sky might sing when it's cooking something soft. Section 28. The tide is low this morning, and the sea has yawned wide to reveal her pantry. You follow a group of barefoot women along the muddy shore, woven baskets balanced on their hips. They walk like they know every barnacle personally. One of them hands you a stick. "For poking," she says. You poke. It wobbles. It's a sea cucumber. She laughs. "Not that. That bites back." Your target is seaweed, thick, tangled, glistening in the morning sun like green noodles from another planet. You're here to learn about coconut seaweed stew, a coastal classic that's half recipe, half title secret. The women gather long strands of red algae called mwani, prized for its soft texture and slightly salty taste. "Tastes like the sea, if the sea were polite," one of them explains. Back in the village, the kitchen smells like the ocean came home and decided to stay for dinner. You help rinse the seaweed in cool water, then soak it in coconut milk with chopped onion, tomato, and turmeric. A splash of tamarind juice goes in, just enough to wake it up. The pot simmers slowly. The woman stirring it hums, then gestures at you. Your turn. You take the spoon. Immediately, the stew thickens under your hand. The seaweed curls into tender spirals. The coconut milk turns golden. The turmeric blushing. It smells rich. Marine, nutty, and sharp all at once. You taste it. Wow. The seaweed still carries the ocean, but now it's wrapped in a blanket of coconut creaminess. The tamarind cuts through with brightness. The onion melts in. The result is smooth, warm, slippery in the mouth, and weirdly comforting. You're told this stew is traditionally served on new moon nights when the tides are low and the stars hide. That's when the sea gives generously, they say. Historians point out that along the Swahili coast, seaweed has been harvested and cooked for centuries, especially in Zanzibar. It's not just food, it's also medicine, trade, and ritual. Coconut milk elevated it from a humble plant to something luxurious, often served with flat bread or over spiced rice. The dish was eaten slowly, silently, sometimes in honor of missing fishermen. Fringe records even claim that mwani ya natsi was once offered to sea spirits during droughts, placed in floating coconut shells and pushed into the surf with clove smoke trailing behind. As the stew thickens, someone brings out coconut dumplings, soft, savory balls made from grated cassava, coconut milk, and a little chili. They're gently steamed, then lightly seared to form a delicate crust, perfect for dunking. You grab one and scoop. The contrast is divine. Chewy dumpling meets silky seaweed. The flavors curl and twist around each other like vines climbing the same tree. One woman leans in and says, "It's the dish that made my husband propose." You smile. After one bite? She nods. He said he saw the future. It tasted like this. Later, they show you how to make seaweed chutney, a side dish that punches above its weight. Chopped seaweed, grated coconut, roasted garlic, green chili, lime juice. You mash it in a wooden mortar, the scent sharp and addictive. You spread it on flatbread. It's bold, briny, with the coconut acting like a peacekeeper between all the wild flavors. You ask why coconut is always involved. A woman shrugs. Because it doesn't compete. It carries everything. As you sit in the shade, licking stew off your fingers, a girl walks past, humming a song that goes, Kula mwani, kumbuka bahari. Eat seaweed. Remember the sea. You close your eyes and do exactly that. Later, as the tide creeps back in, someone hands you a coconut shell filled with the last bit of stew. You drink it like soup, salty and sweet, soft and strange. It feels like goodbye and hello at the same time. The women wade into the water, tossing the leftover seaweed to float freely. For the ones who didn't return, someone says. You pause. There's a silence. Then the waves sigh. You walk back to the village under a sky that smells like salt and stories. And you think, maybe the best recipes aren't invented. They're uncovered at low tide. Section 29. The morning heat climbs fast today, like it's trying to beat the rooster to the punch. You're sitting beneath a crooked awning, with your shirt clinging to your back and a mango pit stuck between your toes. A woman with the most relaxed expression you've ever seen slides you a bowl filled with what looks like white porridge, sprinkled with something golden. Eat, she says. Before it remembers, it's hot. You take a spoonful. Whoa, it's cold, creamy, sweet without being sugary, slightly chewy with a hint of spice. The golden bits? Toasted coconut and cardamom. You're eating uji wa natsi, she says. Coconut porridge, also known as the reason I survived my childhood. You smile. Because this is comfort food. It begins simply. Rice, soaked overnight, then blended with fresh coconut milk until smooth. It's strained through cloth, boiled gently, then cooled. Just before serving, it's stirred with a touch of clove, cinnamon, and nutmeg. And if you're fancy, you top it with crushed peanuts and honey. She hands you a second bowl, still warm this time. Taste the difference. You do. It's richer. The spices are bolder. The coconut milk feels deeper somehow, like the flavor has legs. She nods. The warm one tells you the truth. The cold one lets you forget it. Historians note that uji wa natsi has been a staple along the Swahili coast for centuries. A morning ritual, a sickbed remedy, a child's bedtime story in a bowl. Unlike mainland uji, made with water or cow's milk, this version uses pure coconut cream, making it thicker, more nourishing, and frankly, more addictive. There's even a fringe belief that coconut porridge, made during a full moon, helps dream recall. One old woman swore she remembered a past life after 2 bowls and a nap under a cashew tree. Children line up with calabash cups as the big pot is ladled out. You watch as each is given a sprinkle of spiced sugar on top. So they know life can be kind, even when it's sticky, someone says. Then a man appears with what looks like a medieval tool belt. You blink. Porridge toppings, he says solemnly. There's grated coconut mixed with orange peel, toasted sesame seeds, fried banana shards, tamarind sugar, a dusting of ground roasted maize. even a drizzle of coconut oil that's been infused with vanilla and left under the sun. You add everything. The next spoonful? Fireworks. Texture, temperature, contrast. Every bite, a layered surprise. The coconut oil melts in like silk. The banana shards crackle. The sesame sings. You start to get it now. This isn't a quick meal. This is a mood. You ask the woman what makes it special. She smiles. Coconut milk is the only one that remembers who you were when you were small. You want to laugh, but you're chewing and crying a little. A young boy asks if you want the salty version next. Wait, what? Yes. Apparently, uji wanadzi isn't always sweet. Some villages make a savory variant using crushed garlic, green chili, smoked fish flakes, and fermented coconut milk stirred into cooked millet. It's topped with crispy shallots and a splash of lemon oil. You try it. It tastes like coconut decided to go out partying with the grown-ups. Salty, spicy, tangy, and yet somehow still comfort food. It doesn't hug you like the sweet version. It smacks your back and tells you to get on with your day. Fringe folklore claims the savory porridge was a hangover cure used by early sailors, especially when paired with black coffee and regret. Some elders say they still eat it after weddings, or funerals, or Mondays. You ask if it's hard to make. The woman shrugs. Only if you don't know what you need. Later, as the day heats up and the porridge pots are scrubbed clean, someone hands you a third bowl, lukewarm this time, dusted with cinnamon and dried mango. You raise an eyebrow. They nod. This one's for memories you don't want to forget. You eat it slowly. And sure enough, as the last spoonful slides down your throat, you remember something small. Your grandmother's hands stirring something on a stovetop you barely recall. The smell of milk. The quiet hum of something sweet boiling over. You sit there for a while, holding the empty bowl. Then someone whispers, "Come back tomorrow. We're making the kind that sings." You nod, because of course, coconut porridge sings. Everything else here does. Section 30. It's market day, and the air smells like charcoal, mango skin, and opportunity. You weave through the stalls with a coconut in each hand, one green, one mature, like some sort of tropical gladiator. Everyone around you is bargaining, bartering, teasing, and laughing at prices no one plans to pay. And then you hear it, that unmistakable crack-thwack of pestle meeting mortar. You follow the sound down a narrow alley where smoke curls and music pulses from a hidden corner. A woman stands over a low stove, pounding something with unapologetic commitment. She sees you. "You're just in time," she says. "We're making kachumbari yanatsi." Coconut salsa. You blink. "Salsa?" She grins. "Not that bottled nonsense. This is coastal. This is serious." She's pounding grated coconut, green chili, garlic, red onion, lime zest, and salt into a rough, fragrant mash. "Texture," she says, "must be messy, but married." You help. Your arms are not ready for the mortar and pestle workout. Every grind sends up a punchy perfume, coconut sweetness colliding with the sharp sting of chili and the raw confidence of fresh onion. You taste it. Whoa! It's alive. Sweet, spicy, crunchy, creamy. The coconut gives it a mellow richness, but everything else brings drama. The chili whispers things you can't repeat in polite company. The onion is just rude enough to be charming. They serve it with charred cassava wedges and a smoky, grilled eggplant mash that tastes like campfire secrets. You eat with your hands, the salsa dripping between your fingers, unapologetically joyful. Then someone offers the fermented version. Yes, apparently, this salsa gets even bolder when left out to think about its behavior for a day or two. It gains a sour edge, funky, complex, slightly tangy. You try it. It slaps you. In a good way. Historians agree variations of coconut salsa were common along the Swahili coast, particularly as condiments served with grilled fish, roast yam, or stews. In Zanzibar, it's often made with lime and tamarind. In Pemba, with anchovy paste. In Lamu, it might include crushed peanuts or green mango. One fringe account claims that coconut salsa was used in romantic rituals. If someone made it extra spicy and served it with sweet tea, it was a not-so-subtle way of saying, "I like you, but you better keep up." You believe it. The market cook adds another layer. Crushed cumin seeds. Just a pinch. The taste shifts again. Now it's toasty, deeper, like it's been around the block and isn't impressed by nonsense. She hands you a warm chapati. "Spread," she commands. You obey. The combo is insane. The soft, slightly chewy bread soaks up the salsa's chaos. It's a dance. Coconut keeping everything together, while onion kicks up dust and chili spins in the corner, like it's auditioning for a soap opera. You ask if there's a version for kids. She nods. Same ingredients. Less ego. She mixes a sweeter batch, less chili, more grated carrot and coconut milk. It's served chilled, almost like a salad. You try it. It's adorable. Tastes like sunshine with training wheels. You sit on an overturned crate and watch the salsa continue to evolve. Every new batch is slightly different. Someone adds mint. Someone else uses roasted garlic. A kid sneaks in pineapple. Everyone yells. No one stops eating. One man swears his grandmother used to make a midnight version. Grated coconut mixed with raw cacao nibs, clove, and green chili. It was only served during the new moon with grilled banana and whispers. "You're kidding," you say. He shakes his head. "I got proposed to after 2 bites." You scribble that down. Someone hands you a jar to take home. Inside, coconut, chili, garlic, love, madness. You ask how long it keeps. The cook shrugs. Depends who opens it and why. You walk away with coconut under your fingernails and salsa on your breath, smiling like you just learned a secret handshake from a spice merchant. The rest of the market smells like fish, sugarcane, and possibility. But your nose? Still tuned to coconut, chili, and the thrilling danger of fresh garlic. This wasn't just salsa. This was emotion in a bowl. Section 31. It's late afternoon, and you're on a dhow with the wind slapping your face like a flirty auntie. The sea is calm, but the crew is not. There's shouting, laughing, arguing in 3 languages, and a heated debate over coconut ice. You're not even sure what that is yet. But apparently, someone made it wrong last week, and it caused emotional damage. Naturally, you're invested. Baraka is here too, leaning against the mast, with a fishing line dangling into the sea. You ready for dessert that bites back? You nod before you know what that means. By sunset, the boat anchors beside a small beach where fires are already burning and coolers are being unpacked. One of the women unrolls a woven mat and places something on it with great care. A wooden bowl filled with what looks like shaved ice and syrup. Only it's not syrup. It's coconut milk and tamarind and chili. What? This, she says, is barafu ya Nazi, coconut ice, the answer to your hot, sticky prayers. You sit cross-legged and take a bowl. It's cold, very cold. The crushed ice crunches like fresh snow under your spoon. But the flavor? Absolute mayhem, in the best way. The creamy coconut milk hits first, cooling and soft. Then a thread of tamarind swirls in, sour and slick. Then, boom, chili oil. Not a lot, just enough to remind you that pleasure should come with a heartbeat. You blink. It's divine, confusing, addictive. Someone pours a bit of lime juice over your bowl without asking. Wakes it up, they explain. It does. Now it's singing. Historians say that ice was once a luxury on the Swahili coast, imported in blocks, jealously guarded, and served in only the most prestigious households or sultans' kitchens. When ice became more accessible, thank you, electricity, coastal communities invented creative ways to beat the heat, often blending coconut milk with fruit juice, spices, and crushed ice to create drinks or dessert slushes. One fringe legend tells of a pirate who abandoned his ship after tasting coconut ice with rosewater and vowed to become a street vendor instead. Sweetness, the story goes, sank his sword. Tonight's version is classic, but there are variations all around. One woman makes hers with passion fruit and toasted coconut chips. Another stirs in jaggery syrup and fennel seeds. A man at the edge of the group scoops his with a bit of crushed pineapple and black salt. You try it. It tastes like a vacation within a vacation. A child hands you a smaller cup of frozen coconut pudding, essentially sweetened coconut milk mixed with mashed banana, a hint of nutmeg, and set in carved shells over ice. You scoop it with a sliver of sugarcane. It melts instantly, leaving a trail of sweetness and nostalgia on your tongue. You ask if this is just for celebrations. Someone laughs. No, we eat this when the sun is rude. Another adds, or when the day is long and your auntie has opinions about your haircut. Apparently, barafu ya Nazi is emotional therapy. A group of teens arrive with a blender powered by a solar battery. They make coconut lime granitas and serve them with chili salt rims. You take a sip. It fizzes on your tongue like citrus gossip. Then there's the daring one, smoked coconut ice. What? Yes. Fresh coconut milk is first smoked over clove and cinnamon bark, chilled, sweetened slightly, and poured over shaved ice. The flavor is haunting. You don't know whether to weep or write poetry. You kind of want to do both. Someone puts music on, a battered speaker playing tarab at half volume. People start dancing. You hold your cold dessert in one hand, tap your foot, and feel the layers of heat and chill collide inside your chest. It's perfect. Coconut, once again, has transformed, this time into weather you can eat. As night settles in and the fire crackles, someone tells you, "This is our coastal snow. Doesn't fall from the sky, but it melts the same." You sit back, slurping the last of your icy treasure, the salt wind teasing your hair, the beat of drums echoing in your bones, and you think, if you ever come back here, and you will, you won't need directions. Just follow the sound of laughter and the scent of chili-laced coconut drifting on a summer breeze. Section 32. The stars tonight are nosy. They hang over the rooftops like they're eavesdropping on your evening, curious to know what's bubbling in the pot, what laughter is hiding behind that curtain, and most importantly, what's going on with that smell. Because something's cooking, and it smells like every secret you've ever wanted to eat. You're in the back courtyard of an old stone house where a grandmother, known only as Bibi Asha, presides over a clay stove like a tiny queen of flavor. She doesn't speak much. She just points, grunts, and occasionally swats at chickens who get too bold. On the table, split mung beans, raw sugar, coconut milk, a heap of cardamom pods, and a chunk of charcoal wrapped in banana leaf. Tonight, you're making mbazi wanazi na moshi, smoky coconut pigeon peas. You've never seen anything like it. The process begins simply. Dried pigeon peas, mbazi, are soaked and boiled until tender, then mashed gently. Not too much. They still need attitude. Then comes the coconut milk, freshly squeezed, thick as cream. It goes into the pot with sugar and cardamom. The whole kitchen smells like a lullaby. You could probably fall asleep just sniffing it. But then, Bibi Asha does something wild. She pulls the hot charcoal from the fire, places it in a small metal bowl, and sets it right in the center of the pot. Then she drizzles a few drops of ghee onto the coal. Smoke erupts. She immediately covers the pot with a tight lid. The smoke doesn't cook the food. It haunts it. 10 minutes later, she lifts the lid. The scent that spills out is holy. Sweet, creamy, but now kissed with this deep, earthy smoke. Like coconut milk got invited to a bonfire and made questionable choices. You taste it. It's pudding adjacent. Sweet and savory, soft and smoky, with tiny bursts of whole mung that pop like little surprises. The cardamom hums quietly underneath it all. It's a dish with mood. Bibi Asha nods approvingly. "For weddings and also heartbreak," she mutters. You're not sure if that's poetic or just practical. Historians trace similar dishes back to early Swahili coast banquets. Coconut pigeon peas, sometimes sweet, sometimes spiced, were served as part of multi-course feasts. Smoke infusion techniques were rare but sacred, reserved for special occasions. The use of hot charcoal for flavor is found in other regional dishes too, especially among communities that believed smoke could carry blessings into food. A fringe belief holds that adding a single clove to the smoke allows the dish to reveal the truth during family disputes. Aunties deny this fiercely. You ask if there are variations. Asha grunts again and hands you another bowl. This one's less sweet, made with coconut cream, turmeric, cumin, and dried shrimp. Savory, spicy, bold. You blink. It's like the cousin who went abroad and came back wearing sunglasses indoors. You eat it fast. You learn that some make mbazi balls, mashed pigeon's peas, mixed with shredded coconut, rolled and deep-fried, then dipped in tamarind syrup. Others fold the mixture into banana leaves and roast them over hot coals for a snack called kibibi wa moshi, literally, smoky little lady. Tonight, your favorite is the original, because there's something deeply satisfying about sweetness kissed by smoke, like a song that starts as a lullaby and ends as a jazz riff. Bibi Asha hands you a small packet wrapped in palm leaf. "For your pocket," she says. "Smells better than heartbreak." You don't argue. As you leave, you catch sight of the night sky again, still full of those chatty stars. You think, if they were smelling what you just ate, they'd come down and ask for seconds. You walk home under soft wind and distant drums, palm trees rustling like gossiping neighbors, your hands sticky with coconut, and your heart strangely soothed. Tonight, the coast cooked slow and smoky, and it left a mark on your soul. Section 33. You're woken by a rooster. Not a regular cock-a-doodle-doo situation. No, this one sounds like it's in therapy, yelling through some emotional breakthroughs. You groan, stretch, and smell something in the air. Not coffee, not toast, but something nutty, crisp, and a little bit dangerous. You stumble into the courtyard to find a group of women gathered around a shallow frying pan over a coal fire, each one expertly flipping what looks like miniature crepes. "Ah, you're awake," someone says, handing you a knife made from a sharpened clamshell. You blink. Time to slice coconut. "We're making vitumbua via Nazi." You try to repeat it. Fail adorably. They laugh and hand you a bowl instead. Vitumbua are like pancakes, but sneakier, rice-based, slightly sweet, kissed with coconut milk, and spiced with cardamom or nutmeg. Fried in special rounded pans until the outside crisps and the inside stays cloud soft. You pick one up. It's warm. You bite in. Deer, moon, and mangoes. It's perfect. Slightly chewy at the edge, soft in the center. The coconut is subtle at first, then blooms. It's like a hug disguised as breakfast. "These are wedding food," one woman explains, "but also funeral food, and also Tuesday food." Versatile. The batter is made from rice soaked overnight, blended with coconut milk and sugar, then fermented slightly for depth. Each batch is different. One version today is mixed with ripe banana, another with grated cassava. A rebel cousin adds cocoa powder and cinnamon. You're not mad. Historians suggest vitumbua were a cross-cultural creation, a product of centuries of spice trade influence. Indian, Arab, Bantu, each left footprints in flour. The Swahili version always centers coconut, not just for flavor, but for that comforting richness that binds every bite together. Fringe tales insist that vitumbua were once used as tests of character. If you could flip them without burning, you'd make a good spouse. If not, more practice, or maybe a goat. One woman flips 6 at once. No spatula, no sweat. She winks. Divorced twice. But I keep the pan. You try flipping one. It lands upside down. They applaud anyway. You eat another, this time dipped in spiced coconut syrup, simmered with star anise and a dash of chili. It drips down your chin. You don't care. You feel like a child at a sleepover hosted by breakfast. Then comes the savory version. Yes, it exists. Rice and coconut base, but mixed with green onions, chopped prawns, turmeric, and black pepper. Crisped in oil, topped with a dollop of coconut chutney. You take a bite. It's like brunch crashed into a beach party. The ladies set out a low table with bowls of toppings. Grated coconut toasted with sesame seeds, pickled mango, crushed peanuts, and a thick jam made from tamarind and jaggery. Everyone builds their own little vitumbua mountain, flavoring it like a sundae, only better. You build yours with no shame, and it tastes like someone read your soul and responded in pancake. Later, someone brings out mini versions called vitumbua via ndoto, dream pancakes, only made at night, smaller, denser, and fried in coconut oil that's been infused with crushed clove and lemon peel. They're served warm in banana leaf cones. You try one. You understand everything now, not just about food, but about forgiveness, family, flipping under pressure. You ask if you can take some with you. They laugh. They never taste the same away from the coast. You believe them. You don't care. You fill a cloth bag anyway, whispering promises to reheat them gently and never microwave. As you walk away, the rooster screams again. You consider throwing it a vitumbua just to calm it down. Instead, you eat one more, because if coconut could speak a love language, vitumbua would be its poem. Section 34. You're sweating again. Not delicately glistening. Not glowing. Full-blown, down the back, my clothes are soup sweating. The kind of heat that makes you question your life choices. And then forgive them, because someone hands you a coconut. It's ice cold, the top lopped off with a swipe of a machete, a straw jammed inside. You drink. Instant redemption. But today's not about drinks. It's about preservation. Specifically, how the Swahili coast keeps coconut around long after the tree stops shaking. You're stepping into the fascinating and frankly underrated world of fermented coconut. You've heard whispers already, murmurs at meals, side glances over sour porridge. It's an acquired taste, they said. Well, you're here to acquire it. Your guide today is a man called Mzi Sifu, a local preservation guru with salt white hair and a smile that looks like it's been pickled in the sun. He's already stirring a murky jar of matafu starter, fermented young coconut water, cloudy and fizzing slightly. You drink it, he says, if you dare. You do. And wow, tangy, fizzy, a little sweet, a little alarming, like kombucha's tropical cousin with attitude. That's how it starts. He nods. Fermented coconut has many forms here. Some people ferment the milk, others the cream, and still others the water. But the real magic? Coconut chutneys and pastes left to age in clay pots for days, even weeks. He shows you one, a thick, off-white paste that smells sharp and sour. Coconut cheese, he says. You blink. It's real. Freshly grated coconut mixed with lime juice, green chili, and garlic, left to ferment just long enough to develop a bold, complex profile, funky, creamy, and addictive in tiny doses. They eat it with roasted cassava or fried breadfruit. You try a smear. It tastes like coconut decided to get into jazz. Some fermented coconut pastes are mixed with ground millet and tamarind to make a coastal miso, used in stews, dips, or even diluted into broths. One woman adds it to fish soup, creating a flavor that feels old, wise, and slightly mischievous. Historians point out that fermented coconut techniques predate refrigeration. These traditions weren't just creative, they were survival. The Swahili coast, rich with fish and heat, needed ways to preserve ingredients. Coconut, with its natural sugars and fats, lent itself perfectly to fermentation. Fringe belief that fermented coconut milk can enhance dreams if consumed during high tide under a waxing moon. It stretches the mind, they say, but sometimes it lets too much in. You decide to try it anyway. That night, you dream of a dancing fish wearing a kofia. You're not mad about it. There's also coconut vinegar, made from the sap of young coconut blossoms left to ferment in the sun. Tangy, soft, slightly sweet. People drizzle it on fried fish, toss it with sliced mango, or add it to lentil stews to lift the heaviness. And then there's the wild card, coconut tapai, a mildly alcoholic fermented dessert made from sticky rice soaked in sweetened coconut milk, wrapped in banana leaves, and left for 3 days. You unwrap a leaf. Inside, a soft, warm, sticky mound that smells like forbidden sugar and teenage rebellion. You take a bite. Oh, wow. It's like coconut rice pudding went to a late-night party and kissed someone it shouldn't have. Sweet, tangy, fermented, just enough to tingle. You eat the rest very quietly. MZ Sefu says, if it tickles your teeth, it's working. You spend the rest of the afternoon exploring fermentation pits, shallow clay basins covered with leaves, where grated coconut ferments for use in sauces, skin treatments, and even shampoos. Yes, fermented coconut hair masks are a thing. Your scalp feels deeply honored. You learn that every village has its own method. Some use salt. Others rely on thyme and sun. A few sing to their jars. No, really. The bacteria-like rhythm, one woman says with a wink. You don't know if she's joking. You kind of hope she's not. As evening falls, someone hands you a final taste. Coconut pickle relish, spicy and fermented, packed with mustard seed, ginger, and green mango. It slaps, cries, hugs, and laughs, all in one spoonful. You sit by the fire, your stomach buzzing, your tongue dancing. And you think, this isn't just about keeping coconut around longer. This is about letting it become, letting time work its weird magic, letting flavor get strange enough to tell the truth. Section 35. The sky tonight is soft, not just in color, though it's wearing that sleepy lavender robe it pulls out on especially gentle evenings, but in sound. The ocean hushes itself. The breeze tiptoes. Even the crickets seem to have dialed it down a notch. You're in the courtyard again, barefoot and slightly sunburnt, watching a group of elders sitting in a circle, peeling something slowly by hand. Coconuts, of course, but not the firm, brown kind. These are sprouted coconuts, bulky, yellowish, almost alien. The outer shell cracked open to reveal a puffball inside that looks like bread, but smells like coconut marshmallow. This, an old man says, is Membagu Yamwisho, the final seed, the coconut embryo. You lean in, take one. It's spongy in your hand, dry on the outside, but surprisingly juicy when you bite into it. The texture is weird, like biting into a sweet sea sponge, but oddly satisfying. And the flavor? Hints of coconut, vanilla, and wood smoke, all wrapped in a soft, toasty funk. It's bizarre. It's brilliant. You love it. They explain that sprouted coconut is rarely sold. It's found, treasured, often eaten raw, or sliced, and fried into crisps that taste like coconut met a marshmallow and fell into a frying pan, or mashed into sand cake, a traditional dessert where the embryo is grated, sweetened with date syrup, and pressed into banana leaf molds. You help with the slicing. The older women mix the grated embryo with mashed yam, sesame paste, and a drizzle of fermented coconut vinegar. It's shaped into patties and slow-fried in clay pans. Served warm, it's soft inside with a golden crust that shatters like thin ice. You close your eyes after the first bite. You've eaten many coconut dishes by now. But this is something else. It tastes like an ending, or maybe a beginning. Historians often overlook this ingredient. There's not much written about sprouted coconut in scholarly journals, but local oral histories call it the final gift of the tree, the part it leaves behind for the soil, or the brave, or the curious. A fringe belief claims that whoever eats mbegu ya mwisho gains its clarity. One woman swears it helped her choose her husband. Another says she saw the ghost of her mother, who told her to stop overcooking the rice. You nod solemnly. Food has been stranger. Tonight's meal is quiet. No dancing, no debating spice ratios. Just hands slicing slowly, voices telling stories about harvest moons and lost dogs, and the time a coconut fell on a prince. You sip warm coconut broth, steeped with lemongrass and fennel, and it fills your chest like light. Someone places a small pouch in your lap, dried, sprouted coconut, wrapped in woven palm. Snack for your journey, they say. You thank them, and then it happens. They bring out the final dish. It's called usiku wa natsi, coconut's night, a dessert served only on the last night of the season, or the final night of a loved one's visit, or whenever something important needs to end gently. It's a layered bowl, soft coconut pudding at the base, topped with fermented coconut syrup, then frozen flakes of grated coconut steeped in rosewater. A final dusting of clove sugar, a single basil leaf. You're handed a spoon. The first taste is delicate, cold and warm at once, sweet, but not needy. The rosewater flirts. The clove insists. The fermented syrup hums a tune you almost recognize. Everyone watches as you eat. It feels ceremonial. You finish slowly. They nod. And just like that, it's done. Not just the dish, the whole journey. You've followed the coconut from sea to smoke, from porridge to pickles, from baby green freshness to spongy old age. You've eaten it raw, boiled, fermented, frozen, burned, steamed, and sung to. And through it all, one thing remains true. The coconut remembers. It remembers trade winds and grandmothers and midnight storms. It remembers jokes told over fish bones. It remembers flavors you didn't know you missed. You stand. Bow. Thank the elders. The stars blink their approval. And as you walk back to your room, the wind ruffles the palms just enough to say goodbye. Maybe. Wind down. Now, you're back in your bed. The world is slower, softer. You can still feel the warmth of coconut broth lingering on your tongue, the gentle fizz of fermented syrup, the light crunch of roasted flakes. Every texture, every taste, floating gently down now, like leaves settling on a still pond. You take a slow breath. Inhale, salt, spice, smoke, and laughter. Exhale, every rush, every question, every edge. Your body is calm. Your thoughts, full but quiet. Your stomach, not just full, content. There's a difference. You let yourself remember the old stone kitchens, the clink of spoons, the soft thwap of dough, the stories told without rush, the hands that passed you bowls without needing to explain. Each coconut dish was more than food. It was a lullaby in disguise. You feel the sway of a distant boat now, gentle and wide. A rhythm like breath, like waves, like home. Let it rock you. Let the spices sleep. Let the coconut rest. The journey is complete, and you, soft and full and entirely yourself again, are ready to follow sleep wherever it takes you. End of story. Wish you have a sweet dreams.